of OBC movement. So we also Thuru Karunanidhi is also with us, who is the National General Secretary for All India OBC Employees Federation. He is also with us. So we have also Ala Ramakrishna ji, who is also our advisor and for the organization, who is the national president for National OBC Rights Protection Forum. He is also with us. Our Geetika from All India OBC Students Association, she will also be virtually joining with us. So before giving before inaugural address, we request Dr. Hari to give the opening remarks.
So may I request to admit? I'm trying to log in from my PC. I'm in the waiting room. Can you admit, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Hi, Kiran.
Trying.
Yes. Yes, I'm in. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kiran, for that graceful introduction. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us today. This very historic national seminar on caste census and OBC issues. Can you all hear me?
You're audible. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible. You're
Okay.
audible.
Thank you. Thank you. A warm welcome to all of you, especially Thiru Veeramani, President Dravidar Kazhagam, Sri Sri G. Karunanidhi, President All India Backward Class Employees Federation, Professor E. Venkatesu, Department of Political Science, University of Hyderabad, Ms. Geetika, General Secretary, All India OBC Students Association, and my dear friend Kiran Kumar, who is leading us with all the students all over the country in this great movement to provide direction to OBC issues and in particular caste census. Thank you, Kiran, for your leadership. Friends, as you know, just want to give you some brief background about our history. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar headed the drafting committee of the Constitution on January 26, 1950. The Constitution of India came into existence and declared India as a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. The day also commemorates Indian citizens' power to choose their government democratically. The Constitution of India has solemnly promised to all of its citizens social, economic, and political justice, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity of the nation. The Constitution also grants these privileges, but in reality, justice is not served to the marginalized communities. Democracy is supposed to be by the people, of the people, and for the people. Even after celebrating the independence 77 years, as Azad Ka Amrit Mahotsav, only a small percentage of people, aristocracy, and oligarchy is still ruling the nation. About 60% of the OBCs plus close to 30% of the SCs, STs, and other communities, being the majority of the nation, are still far from ruling this great country. To put an end to this social injustice, and social reformers like Sant Ravidas, Mahatma Jyotirao Phule, Dr. Baburao Sahib Ambedkar, Periyar E.V. Ramaswamy, and many more dedicated their lives to securing the social, economic, and political justice. The OBCs is a collective term used by the Government of India to classify castes which are educationally or socially disadvantaged. It is one of the several official classifications of the population of India, along with general class, scheduled castes, and scheduled tribes. The OBCs were found to comprise 52% of the country's population by the Mandal Commission report of 1980 and were determined to be 41% in the 2006 when the National Sample Survey Organization took place. There is substantial debate over the exact number of OBCs in India. It is generally estimated to be sizable, but many believe that it is higher than the figures quoted by the Mandal Commission or by the National Sample Survey. Under the Article 340 of the Indian Constitution, it is obligatory for the government to promote the welfare of the OBCs, but until today, we do not even have an OBC. Friends, last time a caste census, last time a caste-based census was conducted in 1931 by the British. Despite initial promise by the governments, still no OBC category is included in the 2021 census. This data will enable us to demand for representation in employment and elected officers from local panchayats to parliament. As the parliament elections are fast approaching this year, so we have to stand together and demand all parties to including in their manifesto to include the caste census as soon as possible. Let me share some examples about the injustice in implementing the reservation in higher offices. Of 89 secretaries in Modi government, there are just 3 STs, 1 Dalit, and no OBCs. Minister Jitendra Singh told Lok Sabha that higher entry age of SC/ST OBCs meant they retired before their batches came up for central government secretary posts. None of the secretaries belong to the other backward classes, according to the data compiled by the Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances, and Pensions. A majority of the secretaries are from the Indian Administrative Service. The representation of SC/ST OBC officers in central government ministries, departments is lopsided even at the joint secretary and director levels. For instance, of the 93 additional secretaries in the central government ministries, just 6 are SCs and 5 are STs, while there are no OBCs of this rank either. The ministry maintains data for OBC officers from 1993 onwards, when the reservations for that category was introduced. Since the Mandal Commission recommendations, the government had made 27.5% reservation mandatory in government jobs for OBCs, 15% for SCs, and 7.5% for STs. Among the 275 joint secretaries, only 13 are SCs, which is 4.73%, 9 are STs, which is 3.27%, and 19 belong to the OBCs, which is 6.9%. According to the data compiled by the Ministry of Personnel and Public Grievances this is the data that I'm trying to share here. So in a recent shuffle of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Cabinet inducted about 43 new ministries. The massive expansion brought into the fray of number of different groups, including OBCs, women, and many young leaders. The new cabinet includes 27 ministers from other backward classes and 12 from the scheduled castes, of all whom vary across different communities and castes. There are also 8 ministers that represent the scheduled tribes from many states such as Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Assam, etc. 5 of the OBCs and 2 from the SCs, STs each will be of cabinet rank. The reshuffle has also brought in number of ministers representing Sikhs and Muslims, 3 of whom will be of cabinet rank. There are also many other communities such as Khetri Reddy and Maratha that have been given representations. Prime Minister Modi's new cabinet will also include 11 women ministers that come from different states. 2 of these ministers will be of cabinet rank. The outgoing cabinet had main age of 61, which has now been brought down to 58. In the new cabinet, 14 are under the age of 50, out of which 6 are of cabinet ranking. The new council also includes 4 former chief ministers and many other seasoned administrators. The new council has also brought in as many as 13 lawyers, 6 doctors, 5 engineers, and 7 civil servants. 7 new ministers hold a PhD and 3 hold an MBA degree. The reason I'm sharing all of this, our OBC community also highly qualified, but the true representation is not there. So it is high time for us to demand for our inclusive leadership. So as you can see, whether you all call it electoral politics or something else, but the political parties are hearing our voices and trying to appease the OBCs, but the true justice is far from realizing. So recently, Supreme Court has shown the way by balancing merit with equity in all India quota of NEET. So we sincerely appreciate the diligent efforts of Honorable Chief Minister Thiru M.K. Stalin and Mr. P. Wilson, Member of Parliament, pursuing this matter seriously and getting it done. This decision truly benefited over 1,500 OBC medical students in MBBS and 2,500 OBC students in PG courses. These kind of demands and putting down our in front of the governments is definitely a right thing to do, and we should continue to do that. So, friends, as the next parliament elections are fast approaching, we need to be prepared to put our OBC candidates in as many constituencies as possible and support for their victory collectively. Without our people as legislators, we cannot expect justice. So it is very important that we educate and empower our people to take active leadership in upcoming elections. Let's also demand all political parties to include in their manifesto the key issue which we are talking today, caste census, which is long overdue. My recent visit to Delhi last week, we met the Congress party and for about 2+ hours, had a good meeting with Rahul Gandhi, and we conveyed our demand, and he listened very patiently, and very positive response was given. But let's see whether they will take it seriously to include in the upcoming parliamentary election manifesto from the Congress party. Also, let's demand all political parties to provide seats to OBC candidates irrespective of the political party. So they need to have proportionate representation of our people to contest in the elections, and we all should unite and support them. Again, friends, as I conclude my address, social justice means that everyone's human rights are respected and protected. Everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. Social justice depends on 4 essential principles: human rights, access, participation, and equity. Social justice cannot be achieved without these 4 principles. As long as nation value justice and remains committed to equality, progress is possible. To achieve the goals and objectives of All India OBC Students Association, so we need to have proper systems in place. For example, a legal cell to fight for our people. Whenever there's an issue, immediately take up that issue and file a petition or whatever to provide justice to our demands. And a media cell, a political cell, an economic and entrepreneurship cell, and an education and employment cell, so that we provide equal opportunity to our brothers and sisters. We have to go a long way to achieve true social justice to the oppressed and marginalized communities. Let's collaborate and work with synergistic individuals and organizations. And the main reason for organizing the seminar under the leadership of Kiran Kumar is to do exactly the same. To achieve our goals, let's not rest until we establish a majority-ruled government at the center and individual states. As we just celebrated so many conferences and events, but let's take it seriously this time to demand all political parties to include in their manifesto, especially the caste census and proportionate representation for our OBC communities in the upcoming elections. On this occasion, I wholeheartedly appreciate and congratulate all of you for participating in this historic conference and also the protecting the interest of the OBCs. I also appreciate Kiran Kumar, and under his leadership, all the people who are working.
Establish a majority rule government at the center and
I
individual
sincerely
states.
request
As
the
we
honorable speakers of this.
so many conferences and events, but let's take it seriously.
I sincerely request the honorable speakers of this national conference to deliberate on the key issues of the OBCs and inspire and activate the OBC cadre nationwide to achieve the long-awaited demands, including the caste census. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Kiran, and wish you all the best for the rest of the conference, and look forward to joining you later on the seminar. Kiran, back to you.
Check, check, check. Is it audible?
Yes,
Okay.
it is audible. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Kiran.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. So thank you so much, Dr. Hari Palit. Sorry for the technical problems. So without wasting much time, we will go for our inaugural address of today. We are very much fortunate to have with us Thiru Veeramani, a tall social justice figure in this country. He is the chief of the Dravida Kalagam and also comrade of the late Periyar and DMK founder Anna Durai. He remains at the heart of the ideological debate and political conflict over different issues for social justice and against the social justice. His ideas, his work at the grassroots level, and his the movement actually made a symbol, Tamil Nadu, as a symbol of social justice in this country. Because of Veeramaniji, actually the entire nation is now looking at Tamil Nadu model, that is actually 50% reservation for OBCs and MBCs in Tamil Nadu. Dr. K. Veeramani ji actually is actually the man beyond the ideological base for many of the parties, especially DMK party in Tamil Nadu. So we are actually fortunate to have Dr. K. Veeramani ji with us now. Over to Veeramani sir.
Vanakkam. Good morning to everybody. We heartily congratulate all our friends and comrades who have convened this national seminar. This is very timely. When we are demanding for a caste census, really, this must be percolated to the student community, because it is your future that is going to be more affected more than the present generation. So that is why it is most proper and very right approach to have a 2-day seminar on this very vital subject. Let me bring all the greetings and shower on you for this right decision, because our land is a land of social justice. We are from the Periyar's land, where social justice is not only propagated, but as pointed out by Kiran Kumar, our president of the All India Backward Classes Students Association, as well as the welcome address given by our great social worker, very committed Dr. Hari, who has given a very long exposition why this is a demand which is just and irrefutable. So we appreciate and applaud your efforts. We stand by it. In Tamil Nadu, long time ago, we have answered many questions which are being raised today by the other parts of India. The first question about this caste census may be a little bit confusing among the student community, because why we want to abolish caste system. Everybody is very particular about eradication of caste. Dr. Baba Saheb, Periyar and Baba Saheb, it is their lifetime goal, mission to eradicate, annihilate the caste system, the Varna system. And why should these people remind this? Why should they insist there must be a caste census? This may be a seemingly political anachronism, but it is a social necessity. How to explain those things? How to understand it in the proper sense of in the light? This is very important. Let me explain to you. At the outset, I would like to point about those whose mission is to eradicate and annihilate the caste. Those who want to have employment under the caste system. Those who is by Ambedkar's writings and speeches, volume 5. The unpublished writings, these are all unpublished writings. In that, which contains some of the essays. And one of the essays, the chapter 2, Untouchables and Their Numbers. This is the caption given by Dr. Baba Saheb. And in that, he narrates the history of the census. That should be read by all our student community, student friends, because it answers many problems that are being raised by the present generation, by the so-called progressives. First, let me quote Dr. Ambedkar. The first general census of India was taken in the year 1881. Beyond listing the different castes and creeds, the adding up to their numbers so as to arrive and the total figure of the population of India, the census of 1981 did nothing. And the third general census of India was taken in 1901. To quote, I continue that. All this census is a new principle. At this census, a new principle of classification was adopted, namely classification by social precedence as recognized by native public opinion. To quote from the report, Baba Saheb Ambedkar quotes the sentence from the report itself. So that was only adopted. This third general census of India was taken 1901. To this, the classification by the social precedence as recognized by the native public opinion. That was the sentence used by the census commissioner, who was a Britisher. To this serious opposition, was raised by the high caste Hindus to the enumeration by caste in the census report. So, not only they are fronting today, it is very, very long history. It has got a very long history. We can understand from this one. To this serious opposition was raised by the high caste Hindus to the enumeration by the caste in the census report. They insisted, he means upper caste people. They insisted on the omission of the question regarding the caste. They are the one who observes caste in all social functions, in all family functions, in the matrimonial selections of bride and bridegrooms. Yet, it is a wonderful thing to be pondered over. And they are the persons, they don't want the caste enumeration, because people will be knowing who is enjoying what is their monopoly, what is their social monopoly. This will be exposed. That is the motive. Why should they oppose? This is point. The objection, what happens during that time? That is a very interesting question. We must know and understand. It's a very rare fact. This objection did not have any effect on the census commissioner. That, in the opinion of the census commissioner, enumeration by caste was important and necessary. That will be the good answer. How he explains, how he gives a very beautiful explanation and very fitting reply to that. This one is, it was argued by the census commissioner that, within quotation, whatever view may be taken of the advantages or disadvantages of caste, the caste as a social institution, it is impossible to conceive of any useful discussion of the population questions in India in which caste would not be important element. Caste is still the foundation of the Indian social fabric. This answer. Caste, he says, the caste is still the foundation of the Indian social fabric. And the record of caste is still the best guide to changes in the various social strata in the Indian society. Every Hindu, using the term in its most elastic sense, is born into a caste, and his caste determines his religious, social, economic, and domestic life from the cradle to the grave. So it is very clear. If one wants to understand the position now, he will have to go through this. It is the pragmatic way. That is why, without seeing that one, you cannot do justice for the society who are denied their rights for age long, from time immemorial. We have got our own constitution, the 75th year, Amrita Call is there, and all these things. How far the assurances given in the constitution by our learned founding fathers of the constitution. The preamble of the constitution gives the assurances. The preamble, as you all know, this is an august audience. It is needless to remind you. This is an unchangeable basic structure of the constitution. It cannot be amended. The amendment cannot touch it. It's a basic structure. It is a foundation. So the preamble says, we the people of India having solemnly resolved, this is the constitution, and having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and the next is very important, to secure all its citizens justice, social, economic, and political. So, the very object, the constitutional philosophy that is adumbrated in this is social justice. And among the three kinds of justice assured in the constitution, top priority is being given only to social justice. Social justice is number one, then economic justice, then political justice. Why? Because from the social justice, other two justices are to be followed, are to be sprouted, and to be translated into action. That is why our founding fathers, particularly the chairman, Dr. Baba Saheb, and all these things, have very thoughtfully have placed this one. How to achieve this one? How to achieve the social justice? The reservation is the means. So that is why there is reservation. That is why the demand for reservation is there. Because we have throughout the ages, we have been suppressed, oppressed, depressed. How to get out of it? Just it is a palliative. Just it is a remedy. How to achieve that remedy? That is the reservation. When the reservation, already I don't want, because within the short time I would like to go and explain, because you all know the fundamentals. The reservation is the prerogative to demand the reservation is our right, and it is the prerogative of the state. State means not only the central government, the union government. More than that, the real people are being governed really by the states. Though state has got the duty to translate this into action. That is why there is a reservation. The First Amendment, because of the fight by Periyar, the communal government order, the GO, was then questioned and declared by the then Supreme Court, as well as High Court and Supreme Court, that is ultra vires of the Constitution. This then Periyar led a very huge public agitation continuously for 1 year, and Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, being a real Democrat, he recognized and also tell what would be follow in the future. The First Amendment was brought in, and there the Article 15.4 was inserted, passed, socially and educationally backward classes. The caste was not mentioned there, but how to find out? Socially and educationally, because socially and educationally, how they were made the backward people? Because of this caste system, because of the Varnashrama Dharma, because of the Manadharma, which denied the 3 R's by their social injunctions, that you should not read, you should not write, you should not know. There is no equality. So there cannot be equal opportunity among unequals. There can be equality only among equals. How to equalize? That is why the 16.4 and 15.4, one is for admission, another is for appointment. There is no number, there is no ceiling. But the very article clearly defines this. You all know this, August audience knows it very well. It is adequate representation. Adequate representation. So how to achieve this adequate representation? Earlier it was fair representation. Earlier, when Periyar was fighting for justification of communal order of the then 1928 of the Justice Party, Dravidian government, what happened, you know? That 1928, that was proportional representation. So 3 kinds of reservations. One is fair representation, fair amount, quantity. That is one kind. Another kind is proportional representation, proportion to the caste and all these things. Third is adequate representation. The word adequate is the root, is the Latin word. Adequate means till it is equal. From the word adequatus, till it is equalized. So when there is a social monopoly of education, and from education to appointments, so there is adequate representation. How to know all these things? So what is adequate may differ from state to state, from situation to situation, from time to time. Yet the authority, who is to decide about it? The Constitution has given the clear right to the states. That is why Tamil Nadu, the Periyar's due to Periyar's movement, is able to enjoy the 69%, that too not as a GO, but as an act till now. The scheduled caste, 19%. Scheduled caste, scheduled tribe. And the backward classes people put together, most backward, and the backward all put together, 50. So 69% is available. That too with 9th schedule protection. That cannot be easily touched now by the courts. This is the factor. And how to achieve this kind of social justice? That is more important, more important. That is why we want caste census. When we pass this kind of, all the states are aware, everywhere the demand is there for reservation. Because those who are starving want food. Those who are thirsting want water. That is why they are doing it. But when we go to the court, it's being questioned by the court, which is being dominated by the upper caste judges. This is where there is no kind of social justice in that part. There is no reservation. The very order itself is up to district judge appointment. The reservation is there. High Court, no problem. Supreme Court, so what happens naturally? It is inevitable, it is nature. And they pose question very constitutionally, very cleverly. Oh, you want this kind of percentage? Where is the quantifiable data? These are the words that are ready, the weapon to start it. Where is your quantifiable data? If you want to satisfy the courts, the apex courts, the High Court and the Supreme Court, what is the way out? That is why the demand is more than justified. That is why this is the right time. If you want really, if you are very committed to social justice, if you very particularly believe in the Constitution of India to implement the constitutional provisions, then naturally, what is the way out? The only way is to know through census. Already it is being done. Even the last census, the caste census was there. And everywhere there is caste. Matrimonial and other things, caste is there. And in our democracy, it is needless, it is obvious how votes are being cast and votes are being, how the candidates are being proposed. So, how to achieve this? So, this is a must. The demand is there. That is why we demand the caste census is a must. It's the way out. That is the proper channel. So, why should you stop the channel? Then once you want to know all these things. So, this is the very important thing. And another thing we would like to insist is, this is like taking a scan. We want to remedy a disease, give a remedy to want to have a treatment. Then the medical people, before treating the disease, they see the number one, physician. Number two are alternatively surgeons. Even before they undertake the surgery, they must make sure what is to be done and all. It is an age of robotic surgery and all this. So they advise us to take the scan. So exactly without wasting the blood and all these things, how to pierce it. This is very clear. That is the secret of taking the conscious. So this is very important. Only by giving equal opportunities and equality of opportunities and equality before law, we will make everybody as an equal. And social justice is nothing but giving everything to everybody. We are not denying the upper caste people's rights, but let them confine to their population. Let them confine to their percentage. They don't want the percentage to be known. This is the secret. Where the villain is being hiding, this is very important. So they are being caught. That is why they want to pose as if they are more progressive than all those who want their life mission is to eradicate caste and etc. etc. That is why here. And let me, by concluding my speech, because I want to confine within my time, and let me tell one thing. The other question is, we are for eradication of caste. We are fighting throughout our life for eradication, annihilation of caste, which means the annihilation of untouchability, unseeability, unapproachability, which is very, very unheard of in the whole world. The pollution is there. By seeing, by approaching, you can have pet dogs and cats, but not our human beings. So, the caste, we all know, it has dehumanized us. We are the first to abolish caste. We don't want to justify. We are not supporters. Before that, we want to build a new bridge. That is a fact. But on that account, can we stop the conveyances? Can we stop our travel? No, we will have to take a diversion road. To make a diversion road, till how long you will take the diversion road? How long you will travel in the diversion road? This question may be posed by you. The answer is very simple. So long as you delay the construction of the bridge, we have no choice except to take the diversion road. How to lay the diversion road? What are the essential chemistry of that? What are the essential of that? That is the caste census. That is more important. When we are not supporters of the caste, once again we reiterate that we are the first person to abolish caste and its inevitable untouchability. But it is like taking an antibiotic. That is what Periyar has very clearly has explained to the people who don't understand, because our younger generation are, sir, we are for abolition of caste. Why should we mention our caste in our backward and all this, even our application? This is not contradiction. Why should they do? Because unless you do it, you will be duped. Unless you will be exploited, you will be denied your right. That is why this is like giving a medicine, an antibiotic. In antibiotic, there is a warning. If you just go there, they see the drug that is poison. What is poison? Poison is very important. Poison. There you see the poison. It doesn't mean the doctor is giving poison to kill you. It is to cure you. That is more important, not to kill you. But it is very limited. It is an indication. So, to answer the quantifiable data, answer from the codes, and to answer those who are inner castes and outer reformists. Inner regressive people, outer they are progressive post. They post has to be the progressive people. This is an answer. That is why the poison. Why there must be poison? To kill the germs which is responsible for the disease. But it must be within the bounds. It must be decided by the doctor, not by the patient. How the doctor decides? Because he knows what is the quantum of the thing. That is why the caste census is being completely, is a demand of the day, which is nothing but a beautiful answer for that. See, we have been taken to the jail, prison, through the main front door, which is nothing but caste. Because who has started the reservation? It is not us. It is not the backward people. It is not the scheduled caste people. It is not the scheduled. It is not the Dalits. It is not the untouchables. It is not the unapproachables. It is not the suppressed and the depressed and the oppressed. It is the upper class. It is the Manu who started the reservation earlier. For those who are born the head, those who are born the shoulders, those who are born in the thighs, they must alone enjoy this one. As Dr. Nair, one of the founder leader of Justice Party, said, as a surgeon, I have never seen such kind of surgeries, even when there is so many pregnancies were there. So this is how it is being done. And people are now, they want to replace Indian Constitution and put in that place the Manudharma. This is situation. And those who want to prefer Manudharma instead of Baba Sahib committees, the drafting committees, progressive Constitution of India to given a go by, they people, they oppose this. Why? You must now understand why they oppose it. Because they oppose it, we are supported because justice is in our life. The need is ours. We are the sufferers from centuries and centuries after. To alleviate our sufferings, it is a need of the hour. So, my dear student friends, our comrades, I appeal to you all. We will have to go and take these issues to the people and explain it very clearly, because theirs is they control money power, they control muscle power, they control media power. You will be surprised whether it is possible to meet them, accept the challenge. Yes, we can and defeat them. They may have money power, they have muscle power, they may have media power, but we have got mind power and support. Let us all come together and see and insist and get. This is an age of Periyar. This is an age of Ambedkar. This age of surgeons. And we don't want to speak and go away. We would like to have educate, agitate, organize, and all these things. This is one thing. So let us not stop with convening this kind of symposiums and conferences. Let us come to the field and educate the people. People will support. We are many, they are few. And maybe that one. But they have changed this one. So it is high time. It is not numbers that count. It is not the quantitative approach. There must be a qualitative approach. That is why we support it. Thank you very much.
Young minds by in-depth, insightful discussion. We started with the base of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar writings over Sudras. From there, you have taken the constitutional portion of caste census, and then the present context of caste census, what is happening in the country, how certain forces, especially the fascist forces, are actually stopping this the agenda of social justice, that is the caste census. And you also rightly mentioned, sir, that they have money power, they have muscle power, but we have mind power. That is the mind power that young students, youth must actually have for fighting in this scenario. And as you end this your speech by saying the great quote by Ambedkar, that educate, agitate, and organize, that is the spirit that youth must have and take it forward in this age of Periyar and in this age of Ambedkar, as you said, rightly said. It's really inspiring for us, for young minds. So thank you so much for giving this wonderful speech. So we will continue moving with our next speaker, our Thiru G. Karnaladi ji, who is General Secretary for All India OBC Employees Federation, who is also leading so many activities at the grassroots level by taking inspiration from his one teacher, you can say, Dr. K. Veeramananji. So the Karnanidhi sir is actually man behind filing so many RTAs, bringing so much of data into the public domain, and especially on NEET issue, and on availability of assistant professor faculty members issue in central universities, higher education institutions. All this data is actually brought out by Karnanidhi sir, and his activism for the empowerment of OBCs is actually really commendable. So we request Karnanidhi sir to address this seminar. Before that, there is a small request from Professor Ravindra Yadav, because he is in Bharat Jodo Abhiyan in Northeast. So he wanted to address us at around 12:30 today. So before that, if Karnanidhi sir can complete the speech, so that we can actually give opportunity, if we give space for to accept the request of Professor Ravindra Yadav. So we request Karnanidhi sir to give his message to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiran. I am really happy that our youth force of this All India OBC Students Association, led by Kiran and his team, has made a timely decision to have a seminar, more so through virtual also, so that many people could join and have their views or hear their views. And I really appreciate your efforts. And you are all well aware that the national level, our All India OBC Employees Federation has been consistently demanding and fighting for this caste census. And since many of the students will be joining this seminar today, let me remind them that in 2011, that was a year where the government was to conduct the caste, not the census 2011. So at that time, we spearheaded this campaign throughout India, and particularly with the MPs, honorable MPs, with our support of our President, Mr. V. Hanumantrao, who was our that time MP also. So we had a very good discussion with many of the MPs, those stalwarts. At that time in the parliament, our Sharadji was there, Mulayam Singh was there, Lal was there. So all these people were there. And it was a wonderful time. At that time, UPA government was also in the power. So we had a very continuous and consistent effort that in 2011, this caste-wise census should be conducted. And we brought out a lot of pamphlets and matters for the MPs also, so that they can speak in the parliament. And Saraji was very happy to have our pamphlets also inside the parliament and showing it in the discussion also. So what happened was, with a lot of pressure, the government, UPA government, finally agreed. Then not by the Home Minister, who was Chidambaram that time Home Minister, but Finance Minister was Pranab Mukherjee. He accepted that in 2011 census, the caste will be taken into enumeration will be done, and he promised it in the parliament also. And to our letter written by our federation to our Registrar General of Census Department, and he wrote a letter to me dated 24th December 2010, wherein he stated clearly that I am directed to state that the government has decided to canvass caste of all persons as written by them as an independent exercise after population enumeration of 2011 census is over. The enumeration of caste would be conducted from June 2011 to September 2011 in a phased manner. The modalities of conducting the enumeration are in the process of finalization. This was the letter given by Registrar General of the Census Department. But subsequently, the bureaucracy, fully dominated by the upper caste, they overruled the decision of the government at the power, and they made a total dilution of the exercise by conducting a socio-economic survey at the national level. And finally, the report came in 2015. But at that time, there was change of government. The present government, headed by respected Narendra Modi ji, is in power. But they have not published the report so far. From the registrar side, from the department side, what was given to us was that there are a lot of inadequacies in the data, and we cannot publish that because there is a lot of inaccuracies running to lakhs, because so many castes are there in the backward classes, so they are not able to provide that. And also when the matter came before the court, Supreme Court, they gave the same thing. But the interesting thing is, in 2016, the same Registrar General has given a statement that the data is fully correct and 98% of the data are fully correct. But subsequently, they changed their stand and gave a different affidavit in the Supreme Court, which also we exposed them through our pamphlets to the members of the parliament. But nothing happened. So after that, in 2018, when Rajnath Singh was the Home Minister, he conducted a conference of the officials of the Census Department, where he clearly said that this time the collection of data of caste will be included. This was given by the Home Minister, then Home Minister Rajnath Singh, in the meeting, which was also published by the Press Trust of India, dated 31st August 2018. But after that, the government retracted their position and said that they will not be able to conduct this exercise. And the registrar wrote a letter to the Maharashtra government, who was particular to have a caste census. For them, he gave a reply that collection of data of OBCs or SCBCs and other castes will adversely affect the integrity of the census exercise. So this is the stand taken by the government, but subsequently they are taking a different positions on occasions. When the opposition parties, particularly the Congress party of the present leadership, has understood the seriousness of this issue of having a data of all the communities, because there is a demand from various communities about the representation of those communities in the power structure. But the backward classes were demanding that the other communities were not able to understand the legitimate and justifiable demand of the communities. Now they realize the other communities who are more dominant, but in the power structure, they feel that they are not adequately represented. So they demand that reservation policy to be applied to them also. But the court are denying their appeal or their demand, citing that, as stated by our respected leader Veeramaniji, that there should be a quantifiable data to support their claim. But it is an irony that this government, now we are going to celebrate the 75th year of independence, and already we have a 75th year of our republic. And so far, the government is not having any data for all the communities, except the scheduled castes and tribes. And religion-wise, they are having a data, Hindus, Muslims, like that. But the Registrar General doesn't feel that that will affect the integrity of the nation, like that. When there is a religious data, that will not affect the integrity of the country. But only when the claim of the backward classes is done, the Registrar General feels that it will affect the integrity of the. This is their method of approach on a very important social issue. So what happened was, this dominant communities are also demanding that, and the government is having the data of 1931 census only. It was done by the British government. So that whenever any court case on reservation policy goes to the court, it is easily struck down, citing that there is no empirical evidence or data of recent origin. And they said that our old data cannot be applied now. This is the position taken by the Supreme Court or any other court. So there is every necessity to have a data of all the communities. And recently the government brought out a 10% reservation for the economically weaker sections, which was also challenged. From my side, I have filed a petition in the Supreme Court contesting the act itself. But finally, the judgment came in favor of the act. The 10% act is valid. But there is another case which was contested on the basis of the government's criteria to apply for EWS reservation about the 8 lakhs amount and the 10% reservation. And the government is not having any data. That is also an issue pending with the Supreme Court of India. For all these things, the government requires a data. Apart from that, I want to inform you, it is not only a question of reservation policy alone. It is about other issues also. the government is providing budget allocation for the welfare of all the affected groups, particularly the scheduled caste, tribes, minorities, and the backward classes. And you will be surprised to know that the union government, till now, they have given an allocation of only 2,000 crores per year for the welfare of the other backward classes in terms of giving the pre-metric or post-metric scholarship like that. For the scheduled caste, they are allocating 7,725 crores. Scheduled tribes, 7,525 crores. Apart from that, there is a scheduled caste and scheduled tribe component plan where the government is allocating, to cite the recent budget allocation of 2023-24, the government has allocated nearly 1,60,000 crores for the welfare of the scheduled caste, nearly 1,20,000 crores for the welfare of the scheduled tribes. But till now, not a single pie has been allocated for the welfare of the backward classes, which we have been demanding. And unless you have a data, you cannot have a proper allocation or funds allocation by the finance ministry. Not only that, the subcategorization commission, headed by Justice Rohini, they have already finalized the report, but what the commission has told the press also, that they are not having the data of the caste-wise population of the backward classes, which is not officially available, and also the 2011 socio-economic survey, which was given to the government in 2015, that data also was not provided to them. So they plan to have a national-wise survey also, for which the government has not sanctioned any funds. So finally they have given the report without taking any data about the backward classes, and they are going to give a subcategorization of the population. Number one. And this caste-wise census demand is not a new demand. We are not the only people having raised this demand. Neither the Students' Association or our federation or our various social organizations. In fact, the first Backward Classes Commission, headed by Kaka Kalelkar, he gave the report in 1955 on the basis of the Article 340 of the Constitution. In his report, he says that as long as social welfare and social relief have to be administered through caste, classes, or groups, full information about these groups should be obtained and tabulated. Also, census slips should consist, amongst others, caste in a separate column. So, what we want is a simple procedure only. You are having a format where in that format just add one column caste, so that the people, when the enumerators are going to them, they will be able to give the caste. In our country, we have got literates, illiterates. So many people, they may not be knowing many other things, but every human being in this country will know about his caste. There is no person not knowing about his caste. Everybody will know that. And the head of the family certainly knows his caste. And when the enumerator asks him, he will certainly give his caste. Maybe he will add with a subcaste. Nothing wrong with that. So it has to be taken inside, tabulated, it can be summarized. There is no issue about that. The recent example is the Bihar government conducted caste survey. Within 3 months, they were able to conduct a survey of covering all the people, and they were able to tabulate it, and accordingly they were able to give a report stating that the backward classes and the economically backward classes, all these groups constitute nearly 63% of the population. They were able to give it within 3 months. A state government was able to do it even though that full mechanism may not be available, but they were able to engage their staff to have a data. Whereas the government of India, under Census Act of 1948, has the responsibility to conduct a caste census, including a caste, and they have the responsibility when they are having a data about the scheduled castes and tribes, they should have the data for all the communities, so that this kind of issues pertaining to reservation policy or budget allocation or any other public welfare system, if they want to implement, and also if the claims of any communities, if they want reservation policy, they can answer legally in a data-based manner. This is the scientific approach. If a government wants to approach an issue scientifically or legally, it should have a data. Whereas the present government is willfully avoiding that, and the bureaucracy all along have been depriving that, and they are giving false information to the government and also to the court. And again, I have filed a case in the Supreme Court of India that the government should be directed to conduct a caste census, and it was listed last month 12th. Now it has been taken along with the Bihar caste survey case, which will be coming before hearing on 5th February also in the Supreme Court of India. We will be fighting it legally. That is a different matter. But a political decision has to be taken by the present government that this caste-wise census alone can solve the issues. Whereas the bureaucracy is giving always a wrong answer. And they are giving a false information in the court as well as to the government and misguiding them. And they are telling that by conducting this caste census, this country will be divided on caste lines. Whereas by conducting the caste census alone, you can unite the people because everybody will know where they stand, and their claim will be also known to them, what they can claim to up to what extent their claim can be. All these things, if it is known to them publicly, then there will not be any clash of interest. So this will only unite the people instead of dividing the people. Whereas the officials, fully dominated by the upper caste, they don't want this data because by this, they will be exposed. Their number will show to what extent they are in the country and to what extent they are in the power structure. This exposure will totally unite the other affected groups of all the people to have their legitimate claim, rightful claim of as enumerated in our Indian Constitution. Additionally, my brothers and sisters, I want to inform you that this kind of caste enumeration we are demanding today, it is already available in the United States of America. They are also having a caste census every 10 years. In 2020, they conducted their last census. Even though Corona was there and a lot of people died in America more than any country, till they completed that exercise, whereas our country, they postponed this. I don't think even after this election, immediately it will be conducted. Yeah, we don't know when it will be conducted. The government is not sure about it. But in America, it has been conducted. In that exercise, what they have asked is, they have included race as in a column. People have to mention which race they belong, whether they belong to Black, African American, American Indian, or Alaska Native, or Hispanics, or white. This column is available in United States of America because that country wants to know which are the groups. Depending upon that affirmative action will be helpful for the private sector also to have their participation inside. For example, in the Harvard University, the affirmative action is there. Blacks are being represented in faculties. Nearly 30%, nearly 20% of the faculties in Harvard University are blacks. Similarly, in Microsoft, you can check with them. There are blacks representing in the board also. Like that country, even though there is no written act in the government of United States, till they make implement the affirmative action for all the groups and depending upon this data only. So when when an advanced country like America is able to conduct this exercise regularly, and there is no problem in that, or no official in America says that is dividing the country, or that exercise is totally not feasible or possible. Whereas in India only, these people dominating in the upper echelons of the power, they are only denying our rightful thing, and it is the right time that we debate, discuss, and take up this matter not only with the people but also with the representatives of the people, because they are the people who are going to take up this issue inside the parliament and take measures. And it is very good that the present Congress leadership and other political parties have realized this importance of conducting a caste census. And we should insist that every party, when they come to power, they have to implement it. And it is our duty to propagate this matter continuously for another 3 or 4 months till the election is completed, so that this matter is not at all going to the back burner. So this caste-wise census is very important, and there are a lot of information I can share with you, but time is limited for me also. So in this part, our All India Employees Federation is totally on this subject also, and we have been continuously working on that. Recently, at our national level meeting at Delhi also, we took up this issue. We had a dharna also in Delhi where our Students Association representatives also participated. And I think we have to work together, and this kind of seminar will give a lot of information to our people hearing this, and this will go on percolating to all the level means it will be helpful. And also even in the within the government also, the parties that are supporting the present government. For example, Ramdas Athavale, who is a minister in the Ministry of Social Justice, he categorically stated that this caste-wise census should be conducted and the data should be available so that various welfare schemes can be done. But the pity is, whatever he says, his voice is not heard in the power, even in the PMO office. That is the irony of today's political system. But let us not wait for that. We will continuously work on that. We will propagate. We will conduct so many programs like that for the coming months. And our federation will always support you. And wherever we are conducting, we will also invite you and other people, so you can join with them. So let us make it as a continuous program for another 2 or 3 months, so that this exercise is being taken seriously by the powers that be. And I once again congratulate the organizers for taking up this issue at the right time. I congratulate you and I thank for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Kiran and team. Thank you.
Professor, for your wonderful speech. As usual, you gave a lot of figures, numbers, which actually impact, which actually shows the in-depth depthness of this issue. So we will actually, we got a message from Professor Ugendra Yadav that he will join in 5 minutes. So before that, we will open for discussion for few minutes. Maybe 1 or 2 questions we can take. So I think Ritu was asking me some questions, like Ritu, are you there? Or anyone in seminar hall, they can also raise the issue. So they can raise hand, or Anil Mohan.
Yeah, hi, STEAM panel. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
So my name is Anil Mohan Yadav. I have been associated with the RSS since childhood, and then there came a time when I was, provided responsibilities, and then in 2015 I was transferred to the organization, that is the party, and there my job role is basically or primarily in the elections. Well, I'm of the opinion that 2024 is not going to be a fair elections, and it's not the RSS that things like this. RSS, in fact, though it has been led by Chit Pawan and Deshat Brahmins, but they do want to win elections with people's mandate. They don't want to go against people's mandate. But there seems to be a lobby in the Bania community which seems to think that this is the opportunity that we have never had, or we are not going to get if we lose power. And they are willing to go to any extent to win elections, be it unfair, fair, that does not matter to them. So my only concern is that if the BJP returns to power, I don't think there's any room for the OBCs and SC/STs to put in their demands, or even if we are raising a demand, I don't think they're going to be met with. So could you please shed some light on how we plan on countering this menace that is on our head? Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Our leader, sir, Veermani sir, is there? He's not
I'm
available.
sorry, I beg your
No.
pardon, sir.
No, the question is to me or to our leader, Veermani sir?
Sir, it's to you or anyone who could shed some light on this.
Okay. No, actually, see, the present government is going to have the power next time also. Naturally, there will be a challenge for the concept of social justice. That is true, because even now also we can see that a lot of things which we have to get is either delayed or denied. For example, I will just you will be able to understand immediately that this income ceiling, the concept of cream layer itself is not correct. That is a different point. But till such a time, the income ceiling has to be revised once in 3 years. That was the expert committee of 1993 placed in the parliament, accepted by the members of the parliament and implemented thereafter. And the National Commission was given the role to have that scheme to fix the income criteria, and it came to 8 lakhs. In 2017 September was the last GO issued by the present government, but by 2020 it should have been revised. But so far it has not been revised, and we have raised the point inside the parliament also through our members of the parliament. What the government has said that this economic the income ceiling of 8 lakhs at present the government is not in a position to revise it. That means the status quo will remain. That means they don't want to revise it. Means then what is that we are going to understand by that? Because by 2017 you have fixed the 8 lakhs based on your cost of index and other inflationary issues, and now you are in 2023. In this 6 years, the central government has given the dearness allowance for the central government employees to the extent of 45% of the basic pay, which I have also written my editorial in our magazine. 45% has been increased. That means even in the normal course, it should have, this 8 lakhs should have come to nearly 12 lakhs, normal course, without any excess. But the government is not ready for that means. So they think that there is no collective or consolidated reaction from the backward classes. So unless we have a consolidated effort, a collective effort on any issue, take for example in the universities, what is the position? Our Students Association has been time and again telling what is the issue in the universities, not only in Hyderabad University, total in all the central universities and other IIM or IIT, the government's view is different. Today also the news has been published in the Telegraph about the Indian Institute of Management in Bangalore, where the scheduled caste, tribes and backward class representation in the faculty is totally coming down, and 2 of the candidates belonging to these groups, their applications were denied because it is not found suitable, which the prospectus or this, when they apply, there should be some conditions. It is not at all mentioned in the condition itself. This is the news today. So already they have started totally remove the concept of social justice, and slowly they have included the economic criteria through EWS. And if it is allowed to continue, we can very much anticipate to totally bring all these reserved groups on the basis of economically weaker sections or not. They will make a common issue that whoever is poor among all the communities, they will be brought into one umbrella and they can be given like that. They can also brought like that, because if they have got numbers in the parliament, they can do anything. So that danger is there. So if whoever wants to protect the concept of social justice, which alone can give justice to all the people, where there is a possibility of equal distribution of wealth to all the people, then the backward classes, particularly the backward classes, should collectively take efforts, joining with the other groups also, scheduled castes and tribes and minorities, and who are the affected groups. All these groups have to consolidate themselves and fight on this issue continuously, irrespective of whichever party comes to power. So this is that.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? This one. So yeah, that's what we also, whoever comes to power, the fight must actually go on, with irrespective of any party coming to the power, because it's a long-standing demand. So, and we must actually fight for this demand, and it's more like a social issue, economic issue, and also a political issue, but it's more like a social issue which actually brings social empowerment, design our schemes, especially the welfare schemes targeted to this whoever actually backward. And the experiment which we actually did in Bihar is actually becoming a role model for other states also and for the nation. So 2024 we must fight, but whoever comes to the power, we actually demand for this and intensify the fight for our justice in the constitutional manner. So we are actually waiting for Professor Yogendra Yadav to join us. So we will actually continue with the schedule, and maybe in between we can actually, if Professor Yogendra Yadav joins, we will continue with the Professor Yogendra Yadav. He said he will join in 5 minutes, so we are waiting for his for him to join. So we request Professor Venkateshu, Department of Political Science, University of Hyderabad, to actually address the seminar. So I also have a request to Professor Venkateshu that if Professor Yogendra Yadav is joining, because he is in Northeast, so we will actually give him the space to actually address us. Then we can again continue. So it's a kind request because he's having some internet issues there. So over to Professor Venkateshu.
Yeah, thank you, Kiran. Yeah, it is fine. If he joins in between, I will stop and let him speak. First of all, I must appreciate the efforts, the kind of activity that has been taken up by the R&D OBC Students Association. As part of intensifying the demand for the OBC enumeration in the country. I think this is the first of its kind seminar in the country to conduct a very big magnitude, covering all over the country and beyond the boundaries of this country. No, for the last few years, there has been a demand for the OBC enumeration in the country, and it has been intensified as the 2024 elections have been approaching. When you look at the kind of discussions and debates which have been taking place in the country, whether it is from the political party discussions, stand, and academic writings and intellectual stand, etc. I basically come across at least 3 to 4 perspectives. Number one is the X-ray theory. The X-ray theory has been advocated by the Congress party. The second is the social and human development perspective that has been emerging from state of Bihar. The third one is quite antagonistic. It is exactly opposite to what it is being perceived by the India Alliance and Bihar government. That is conducting of the OBC enumeration that leads to the dividing of the Indian society. But obvious that it is essentially from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Of course, Bharatiya Janata Party was the maximum beneficiary of the OBC vote bank. When you look at the statistical data which has been available with the Center for the Study of Developing Societies and the Lokaniti, it was the BJP which has got en bloc, en masse vote bank since independence, since right from my first general election 1950s onwards. The single largest political party which has garnered the highest percentage of OBC vote bank is the Bharatiya Janata Party. Then the fourth perspective that I am looking, that I have been, my lens is basically because of some of the liberals, left liberals and some other people have been arguing that it is basically from the employment and then reservation policy. By my perspective, my way of looking at the emerging demand for the OBC enumeration in the country is that from the concept of the democratic deficit. The concept of the democratic deficit. It is why this concept is needed is that to understand this democratic deficit, we need to retrospectively look into from the historical perspective. If you read 2 important works, one by Tradition Modernity, Rudolph and Rudolph, The Caste in Indian Politics by Rajini Kothari, they have hypothesized a question on the caste system in India in 1950s and 1960s and 70s, that caste is been providing social infrastructure for the operation of the democratic political system. Then the democracy has perceived that the institution of the caste association is an instrument for the deepening of the democracy. So this is the hypothetical question raised by Rudolph and Rudolph and Rajini Kothari. They did these 2 books. However, by mid-1980s, the scholarly works have come up. That book is titled Dominance, State Power in Modern India, Decline of the Social Order by Francis Frankel and M.S.A. Rao. They have compiled this book with the inclusion of the statewide experiences. The book is having a chapter on Maharashtra, chapter on Andhra Pradesh, chapter on Tamil Nadu, chapter on Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal, Karnataka, and many more states. The book has been providing a clear-cut idea or perception that the post-independent electoral democracy essentially that has produced the dominant caste domination in the electoral politics of this country. The dominant caste that is being defined by M.N. Srinivas as those people who are having the control over the land, 1950s and 60s experience, the people who are having the numerical strength in the village dynamics, and also expanding of their network, resources, and over a period of time, when you look at the writings of Karol Upadhyay, then Carolyn Elliott, he says that these are the dominant castes which have been expanding their resource base, financial resource base. So that is the work that has provided a clear-cut picture that Indian electoral democracy is being dominated by the dominant communities. So that means what are the question that has been researched, hypothetical question raised by Rudolph and Rajini Kothari has been proved now, disproved. And another book that has been providing substantial evidence that in this country, the democracy is not contributing for the democratization of the social system, the hierarchical social system. The whatever the caste association which has facilitated with the mobilization of a particular community, whether it's the Patidars, Reddy Kamas in Telugu states, or Jats, Marathas in Maharashtra, has provided for the disproportionate representation of the dominant caste in the legislative bodies. That you can see in the book that was edited by Christopher Jafferlet and Sanjay Kumar, The Rise of Plebeians. The book title of the book is Rise of Plebeians. So in that book, Franklin and Frankel, M.S.A. Rao have come up with a narration, the historical narration of the rise of the dominant caste right from the colonial rule onwards and in post-independent electoral democracy, and also they are also covering the kind of policy initiatives which have been taken by the Congress party for in the form of land reforms, abolition of the Jamindari system. Even after abolition of the Jamindari system and land reforms, the dominant caste board has been prevailing in the Indian politics. So for that narrative, historical narration of Francis and Frankel and M.S.A. Rao, Christopher Jafferlet and Sanjay Kumar, in their book Rise of Plebeians, they have provided the statistical data. There has been sufficient data. That book was published in 2009. In that book, again, it has been given a state-wise parliament representation of the various social groups in the parliament, representation of the various social groups in the state legislative assembly, has proved whatever the hypothetical question that was raised by Rudolph and Rajini Kothari, that the institution of the caste association has been facilitating for the deepening of the democracy and the democratization of the democracy. But when you read these two books, M.S.A. Rao, Francis and Frankel, and Christopher Jafferlet and Sanjay Kumar, now that question has been emerging. My question is that, my research question, my hypothetical question is that whether the post-independent electoral democracy has contributed for the democratization of the Indian society, or it has created a democratic deficit in the electoral politics of this country. So this cleavage, this dilemma, this contradiction, you need to examine. You need to examine. See, from the empirical point of view, from the empirical context, the statistical data that has been available, the statistical data clearly indicating that the post-independent electoral democracy could not contribute for the democratization of the electoral system, electoral representation. There has been a disproportional representation. So one of the forms in which the democratic deficit has been manifesting, expressing in India for the last more than 7 decades of the practice of the electoral democracy is the manifestation in the form of the disproportional representation. Disproportional representation. You take any statistical data of any state. Recently in Telangana state also, the highest percentage of the elected public representatives were from the dominant caste and upper caste. But interestingly, the Congress party which has said that they are going to represent at least 3 MLAs in each of the parliamentary constituency, but it has not done. Congress party itself has defeated at least 3 times before the elections. One is that The candidates were aspiring, even the people like Madhu Yaskigaud, who was the chairperson of the campaign committee of the Congress party, his name was not there in the first list of the list that was announced by the Congress party. Second defeat was the certain number of OBC association leaders led by Madhu Yaski and some other people, Purnala, Prabhakar, etc. They led a team to Delhi to beat the AICC. But the AICC declined the appointment to the OBC leadership of the Congress party. And the third defeat of the Congress party in recent Telangana election was that the OBCs were given the seats in the same seats where they are going to defeated, where they are going to be defeated. Where are the OBCs in the city? Where are the OBCs in Chandrayana? Where are the OBCs in Nampalle? Where are these OBCs in and around the Hyderabad city state? So that was therefore today Congress party has provided only 7 MLAs for the OBCs within their party, though the Congress party has promised during the electoral campaign, series of the meetings conducted by the India Alliance that they are going to conduct the X-ray theory. But your X-ray theory and empirical data have been providing that there has been a clear-cut deficiency. There has been a serious pathology in the body of the post-independent electoral democracy, for which the Congress party has been a governor or ruler for a long period of time, decades together, the Congress party. So the Congress party and even the Christopher Japalet has come out in recent times so that after the rise of the Bharatiya Janata Party, there has been a decline of the OBC representation in the parliament as well as the state legislative assemblies of even North India. So this is evidence, even including the regional political parties. తెలుగుదేశం party claims that it is a champion of the other backward classes. But where is the champion? Throughout the 4 decades of the తెలుగుదేశం party, whether it was the ruling or opposition, the president, the chief minister, the opposition party leadership, they are all grabbed by the only one dominant communities. So long as Congress party in the rule, the Congress party has been grabbed the entire, the representation was grabbed by the dominant communities. At least 14 chief ministers during the composite Andhra Pradesh, they were from the dominant communities. They were there. Is it that?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay.
So
I will stop here and let write it.
yeah. So thank you, sir. We will again continue our discussion on this. We have with us Professor Yogendra Yadav ji, who is joining from I think he is in SAG now. So in spite of his busy schedule, so he is in Bharat Jodo Abhiyan and Bharat Jodo Yatra, Nyaya Yatra. So he is now joined us from the Yatra itself. So I request Professor Yogendra Yadav ji to address this seminar.
Thank you, Kiran Bhai. And my apologies if I have disrupted the schedule of discussion. That is very kind of you to give me an opportunity straight away. As Kiran mentioned, I'm in the middle of the Nyaya Yatra, so that is very apt for the theme of the seminar, that I am in the Nyaya Yatra, and I'm in Majuli in Assam. Majuli, as many of you would know, is the largest river island on the river Brahmaputra, which has many of the scheduled tribe communities, Mishing and others. So it's very apt that I speak on this issue from where I speak. I will be short because the Yatra schedule doesn't permit a very long break. I just want to make 3 points connected to the issue of caste census. As you know, I have been writing, like many other colleagues, I have been writing on the issue of caste census. I have been writing why caste census is important and necessary. I have been offering justification, and what I have also written on what caste census has revealed in Bihar when caste census data came from Bihar. I have written about what that data shows and why the Bihar caste census data is already a good example. It's a good evidence why we need similar data from all over the country. So I will not repeat all this. I will simply focus on three things that we need to correct. By we, I mean all those who are for social justice, all those who speak in favor of caste census, all those who have been justifying, and all those who are for affirmative action policies, reservation and other affirmative policies. On the issue of caste census, I think there are three corrections that we need to make. When I read the literature on caste census, when I read articles, when I listen to speeches, I think there are three corrections, three fine-tuning amendments that we need to make. One is about what is caste census. Second is about why caste census is necessary. Third is about what caste census would lead to, what should be our final demand based on caste census. On all these three, I find many friends taking a position, saying something where in all of those three, I feel that we need some little fine-tuning correction. Number one, what is caste census? There is a very widespread misunderstanding that caste census is only about counting the number of the population of each caste. Now, while that is true, that is not the real thing of caste census. I think we all need to go out and be very careful, pertinent, persistent on this. We should always say caste census is about social, educational, and economic profile of each caste and community. This is important. We somehow don't make this point. And everyone, because people are so prejudiced, they say, oh, what do you get by counting? That is only for purposes of election. You want to get vote. Everyone knows it. So people give both arguments at the same time. Oh, this should not be found out. Oh, everyone knows it. These are the kind of things people say. We should argue, and the important thing, therefore, is to say, explain to people that census is not only a head count. In census, we can explain it with the help of exact schedules of the census, that in census, people are asked a number of questions about their household assets, that there are questions related to individual, questions related to household. Questions related to household include household assets, electricity, water, type of house, type of assets, things like computer, things like four-wheeler, two-wheeler, all these things are asked. So, and individual questions include educational status of each of the individual. So when we get caste census has the advantage of revealing us educational, social, and economic profile. Of course, in economy, we also ask for each individual their occupational status. We should remember that what the census does not ask. Census does not ask about land, land holding. Census also does not ask about government employment and nature of employment. Unfortunately, these are the limitations of census. But everything else census asks for, and therefore we should highlight the fact that caste census is important because caste census will give us, for the first time, a detailed social, educational, and economic profile of each jati, not only caste group, not only OBC, SC, ST, upper caste, but specific details about each jati which has never been available outside the SC. It would make this data available to us not only at the all India level, but at the level of state, also at the level of district, also at the level of block, and also at the level of village. People don't understand it normally. So please, whenever we speak about caste census, we must make this point that It gives us disaggregate analysis of each jati, disaggregated by the lowest census unit, namely village or a ward, for education, social profile, economic profile. That's the first correction that I want to make. Second, when we say caste census is needed, why is it needed? We often say we need to know the backwardness of the backward. How backward are the, that backwardness still persists. This is a point we often make, and it's a very valid point, because as the Bihar data has shown, that the extent of educational, occupational, and social backwardness of the OBC is huge. But there are 2 points that we often do not make. Number one, I think it's very important to underline that caste census will, for the first time, work to the advantage of the lowest OBC. It is my conviction that while the upper segment of the OBC, the land holding OBCs, have managed to get some share, but it is the lowest segment of OBC, the service class, the artisanal OBC, the landless OBC, they have had very little advantage of any affirmative action. So we should underline the fact that caste census will bring to light the number of lower OBC. Like in Bihar, we have discovered 36% are the Maha OBCs or the EBCs, as they're called, extremely backward community. We should also explain, and most people do not understand that, because BJP very often launches a propaganda, oh, you are trying to divide the Hindus, what about Muslims? It is important to explain that OBC, that caste census applies to Muslims, to Sikhs, to Christians, to everyone. And that indeed in the recent Bihar census, one of the biggest advantage of Bihar caste census is that for the first time we know something about the Pasmanda Muslims, the Muslim communities, which have been educationally very, very backward. So that's we should clarify this. The other point we should explain about the advantage of caste census. This is something I've learned from Professor Satish Deshpande, so it should be acknowledged, and that point should be made, which is that it is not only important to know about backwardness of the backward, of the disadvantage, it is also important to know privileges of the privileged, because that is the real thing. In the Brahminic social order, in every society, people, the ruling class wants to maintain secrecy, a veil of secrecy around its own privileges, because they are normal. Everyone else is abnormal. And it is critical to therefore expose the privileges of the privileged. Because when we say backwardness, how do you measure backwardness? We measure backwardness only once we know what is the educational, social, and economic status of the so-called upper caste. Bihar survey has revealed. I just should give you one example. The Bihar survey shows that educationally, the most advantaged community is not the Brahmins, they are the Kayastha. So if you look at the people who enjoy very high degrees, the number among the Kayasthas is 10.8%, 10.08%. If you see the same proportion in a community called Musahar, which, as you know, is the lowest among Dalits, Mahadalit community in Bihar, their percentage is 0.001. 0.001, which is to say, out of 10,000 Kayasthas, people who hold high degree in Bihar are 1,080. And among Musahars, out of 10,000, the number is only 1. So this we can find out only if we know the privileges of the privileged. So one of the principal justifications of caste census is to bring out, is to expose the nature of privileges. because as long as there is a curtain on privileges, there is a veil of ignorance about the privileges, we would never be able to, do much social justice. So this is a fine tuning that we need to do in respect of our justification for caste census. The third question is about, so what do you want out of caste census? What will happen? And very often we say, and they are saying, okay, you would want increase in reservation, isn't it? Isn't that the basic reason? I think we should again point out several things. Number one, that caste, because the real propaganda against caste census is that the only reason for caste census is to increase the proportion of reservation. And that's why they are asking for caste census. That is indeed the case in many states. But I think we should emphasize very simple things. We should emphasize the fact, for example, that Supreme Court in the Indira Sahni judgment had said that there should be constant updating of the list of the OBCs to find out which OBC communities have deserve reservations, which one don't. How do you find that out? Only by caste census. There is no other way. So caste census is very useful for that purpose also. Caste census is useful to decide whether there should be a subclassification of castes, OBC, because at the state level, there is a division between OBC and EBC, but at the national level, there is none. That is to be considered. There is a debate about it. How do you settle that debate? By going for caste census. And finally, I think many of us say that all jobs, etc., should be in proportion to by caste census, we would get to know the exact population of each caste. So all the resources should be distributed accordingly. I understand the spirit of that. And yes, the huge disproportionality that prevails must be addressed. In every social, every position of prestige in this country, those who are 20% of the population of this country normally occupy 70-80% of those positions. And those who are 80% of the population of this country normally occupy 10, 15, 20, 25% of those positions. So this kind of disproportionality in key positions must be addressed. However, our demand should not be that in each case we require that there should be a strict proportionality. Like some people say, every caste should get its own share of government jobs, etc. That, to my mind, is not a correct demand. We should be careful about it. Because once you say, okay, OBC get exactly in proportion, then they would say within OBC, there should be OBC and EBC. Then within EBC, they would say different jatis should get. This is an infinite process. So we should think of better ways of expressing this demand. It should be that gross inequalities must be eliminated. Number two, that systems should be put in place where inequality of opportunity should be eliminated and addressed. Caste census will tell us wherever there is gross inequality, then we institute measures for elimination of that inequality. And in that process, we should also talk about the private sector, because private sector is where much of the jobs are. But once again, we should not simply jump to the demand that there should be reservation in private sector. This is a standard trick used by the ruling class to make the demand for caste census look bad. There are several studies that have taken place. Several recommendations have been made. There are smart ways of addressing the issue of private sector. It need not only be a reservation. Many other things can be done. For example, the first thing that you can do is to make it mandatory for every private firm to reveal the social profile of its employees. This is already done in the US. They have to declare the racial profile of their employees. And number two, once they reveal it, then you can say only those companies which meet a certain standard of diversity, of representing the SC, ST, OBC communities, only those companies will be given government contract. No need to give reservation. Just insist on this. That would make a difference. So all kinds of mechanisms can be thought of. We should keep thinking about it. So the overall point that I really wanted to make is that our caste census arguments can be more refined. We should present more refined arguments about what caste census is, what is it that we gain from that, and what is the demand that follows from it. The issue of caste census has now become a major issue in the country because Congress party also has taken it up and is determined to push it even after the assembly elections. And as we see more discussion in the public domain on caste census, I expect a lot of discussion around the Lok Sabha elections. At that point, many of us can make intervention and take this debate forward. That was my little plea. Thank you. I don't have a proper paper or anything, but thanks for this opportunity to allow me to make a small contribution to this seminar. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, our intention is also to discuss, deliberate, and analyze beyond reservations. Maybe we can also, there is so much of literature in this area, how caste census will be used for the argument of increasing reservations for OBCs. But we will actually, we have to look beyond reservations and socio-economic in political domain, how this data can be used for the welfare of overall society. So we are very much thankful for you in spite of your busy schedule. We are actually seeing your contribution in Mayatra. So in spite of your busy schedule, so you are joining us and you have delivered the speech. So can we take one or two questions, sir?
Yes,
possible?
short questions,
Yeah.
please. Yeah.
Short questions. So just two questions. So anyone in this room or in online, maybe they can raise a question. Any questions?
Is there any article, I'm Nagesh, is there any article available highlighting all the 3 points in one of your, maybe I read one of few articles here and there highlighting the same points. Is there any consolidated article highlighting the 3 points what you have mentioned?
I'm sorry, there is no one consolidated argument, the place where I put all the 3. But I can refer to 2 or 3 things. One is I have an article in the Indian Express where this was, I think, maybe 2 months ago, where they have for and against caste census debate in Indian Express, where I've put a simple argument. So that is a summary of all my argument. It's a short 800, 900 word piece. Second, I have an argument, I have a piece in the Times of India. All these you can just Google and get, where I say that even if you oppose reservation, you should support caste census. You know, it's a very interesting argument because a lot of people who say, well, I'm opposed to reservation because, poverty is more important than this, etc., etc. So I say to them, okay, if this is what you think, you should surely be interested in evidence for this. Why don't you get evidence on this? So funnily, everyone makes an empirical argument and does not want any evidence. So I expose that. That's a little article I had written there. On the question of privileges, I think we should all read Satish Deshpande. He has been writing on the caste census. With this one point in mind, I would suggest we read it. And on the question of private sector and etc. and what should be done, there is a Government of India committee report. It's called the Equal Opportunity a commission. Government of India had an equal opportunity, a committee devoted to thinking about equal opportunity commission. That report is still available in the Ministry of Minority Affairs website. That can be read. But sorry, there is no one place which has all the articles.
Thank you.
I should do that.
One final question. Sai Kiran was, yeah, Professor Venkatesh.
My question is that certainly there has been a growing demand across the country for the caste enumeration or caste census. In the light of recent election outcome, what could be its impact in the forthcoming 2024 general elections? And basically looking at the caste-based census from the point of view of the concept of the democratic deficit.
Venkatesh, I don't expect this to become the most important issue of the 24 election. But I do expect that Congress and many India coalition partners will raise it as one of their key demands. Will it change the course of elections? Probably not, because the paradox is that whenever you raise any issue like the OBC reservation or any issue related to the most disadvantaged communities, those who are opposed to them, they get to know first, and they take a very determined position anti these things. And those who should benefit from those policies, they are the last ones who get to know. They probably get to know 2 years later, 4 years later, 5 years later. This is exactly what happened to VP Singh. When VP Singh implemented Mandal, upper caste got alarmed, upper caste got organized, they threw out VP Singh. But the OBCs did not actually get mobilized at that point. They mobilized much, much later. So we should not expect this to become, therefore, a central issue. But I do think that in the medium run, this is one of the critical planks on which the opposition to communal politics will take place.
Can we take one final question?
Yes, please. Final one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the address. I have one question about. I mean, we are not comparing this caste census to reservations only, but there is this question about privileges and inequalities that I mean that comes out when caste census data comes out. But how do you address that? I mean, there will be huge disparities between different castes coming up when you see education or even how they spend about health, how much expenditure that goes into health. But in this neoliberal society that we live in, there is no space for them to come into this have higher education. I mean, at affordable rates or even good health at affordable rates. I mean, shouldn't we putting this discussion together and how do we go forward?
I didn't understand the question part of it. So what is the question? I understand that when we get this data, we would see very huge diversities in different groups and within different castes as well. What was the question?
Yeah, how do we go forward about this inequality to address these inequalities when it comes to addressing health and educational disparities?
Well, so step one is actually acknowledging that there is inequality. Step two is to acknowledge that this inequality is multidimensional. It is based on caste, yes. But apart from caste, there is also a poverty angle to it. There is a so caste, class, gender, location. These four things are very important in our society. So that's the second step. Third is then to develop state policies, policy and politics, devising policies, state policies to address it. not just reservation. We need a whole host of policies. I have been saying for quite some time that social justice should not be limited to reservation. We need various instruments of social justice. Reservation is only one of those instruments. And in order to implement or to design these policies, we need politics, we need political will, we need political mobilization, which would lead to this. We need all this. And we need a review mechanism, a mechanism which would collect information, which would feed into the system, say how much progress we have made, what needs to be done. And that is exactly what we suggested by way of an Equal Opportunity Commission. That was essentially the idea of the Equal Opportunity Commission. So we need this entire architecture to be in place. Unfortunately, right now, we have only one or two pieces of this entire architecture in place. And therefore, the struggle for social justice should be a struggle to achieve this entire architecture.
Thank you so much. Can we have a group pic? Maybe you can on your camera, and I request through Veeramanaji also to on his on your video. So if you can also
I have
join
opened
me.
my camera. I don't know how to take a group
Oh, we will
pic that
take,
you
we will
would
take.
know.
Yeah, we will take it. Thank you.
High technology, these things I don't know
Yeah.
very well.
Yeah. Can others also join this? 1 second. Me kuchal sir. Come first, come first. Yeah, this way.
And how do I fit into the group photo?
We will
You will
make
find
it.
some way.
We will take it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Everyone there. So you just take 1 second. We'll just take. One more, just one more. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir, you have muted.
Some of the states, the OBC is also emerging in the local body election.
AIOBCSA muted.
We have experience. So in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of health, in terms of sanitation, in terms of safe drinking water, it is the grassroots level people. It is the backwards or the backwardness. That is the indicators to measure the backwards or the backwardness. That has been clearly indicating that until you have a proper financial resources, planning and effective implementation of the grassroots level of the village level, you can't see a tangible social transformation among the lower class, especially the production communities, the service rendering communities, the unorganized sector communities. They require a lot of support, but probably the union government must be taking a decision. And if it comes to the state level government, that has been becoming a very big obstacle in terms of delivering of these resources and services to the local people. And therefore, it has been emphasized that there is a need to have an effective local body. But systematically, state level governments have been deliberately weakening. So that is the one form of democratic deficiency which is being created by the dominant caste electoral political parties. And third form in which the democratic deficit has been manifesting is that is what Caroline Elliott also some time ago she wrote in a Indian Journal of Studies in Indian Politics, clientelistic politics and democratic deficit. So this means the political parties, whether it's the regional political parties or national level political parties, which have been aspiring for the capturing of the political party power, basically wooing the voters through incrementalistic policies. Some set of that is what some people have been criticizing the freebies, the populist policies. Then then making some sort of a clientele group from the people. So I give you the free of cost of a gas connection or some other incentive or a right to Kisan Bandhu at the national level. These sort of things have been making them to be a dependence upon the dominant caste because some sort of making them as a public parasites. They have been projecting. The freebies argument has been coming from this upper caste. Freebies, English populist policies, freebies, and then incrementalist policies, there has been an element of rights and entitlements. But it is the same upper caste and dominant communities which are being attacking on the lower caste people for having accepted for the through the electoral politics for the clientelistic policy as the freebies. So freebie is not somebody's meherbana. Freebie is not the gift of somebody. Freebie is the right and entitlement. But that rights and entitlement is supposed to come channelized to these poverty-ridden backwards, Dalits, and then women, then deprived categories of the society. It is not a part of the electoral politics. When you look at the Constituent Assembly debates at the time introducing of the electoral politics, what was that? Empowering the citizen, enabling the citizen, enhancing the capabilities of the citizen. But the empirical data, the experience has been revealing that this has not been happening. See, when you look at the history of this country, the citizen was never dependent upon the centralized administration ministry, right from Ashoka period onwards to colonial period. The dependent syndrome was created by the post-independent, the dominant, the upper caste rulers of the country. They have grabbed the power, they want to perpetuate, they want to maintain the status quo, they want to continue their power. Even if it is within the dominant caste phenomena today, you can see the family-centric rule, the dynastic rule, the family. Same family must continue. The same dynasty must be continued. Rajshekhar Reddy as the chief minister, so his son and again daughter must contest in the elections. N.T. Ramarao was the chief minister, Chandrababu Naidu was the chief minister, so their grandson or son of Chandrababu Naidu, Lokesh, must be the chief minister candidate. Okay. So KCR has been since a long time was in politics, so therefore his son become the chief minister. And Reddy community has been dominant, so that only the Reddy must be the ruler. So therefore, for these two Telugu states today, the common password is the REDDY. That is the kind of phenomenon. Then where is, how long the other backward classes who has got disproportional representation, both in the lawmaking bodies, the governance institutions, and policies, as a dependent. How long is this dependence? As a citizen, the Constitution has been enabling me, entitling me as a citizen with all the rights and entitlements. But the existing political system itself has become a very big constraint. Before colonial, before independence, people were arguing that the hierarchical structured social system that has been prevented. But today, it is the dominant social groups. At one point of time, these are the people who have started their own caste associations. There are people who have mobilized on the caste association. Patidar Caste Association, Maratha Caste Association, Jat Association, Reddy Association, Karma Sangam, or even take any North India highly advanced ruling communities, they are mobilized on the basis of the caste association, and these people have demanded for the representation, equality, democratic proportional representation. But it is that these people have garnered today the political power, and they are ruling the people, the other backward classes. The backward classes just reduced to just for the reservations, employment, small clerks or attendants or POs or police constables or elementary school teachers, and grabbing the political power by this. And they are becoming and these are the people which have been making this electoral political system as a costliest affair. Even the sitting MLAs, if you look at the electoral affidavit that was filed by D.K. Shivakumar from Karnataka, he has got about 1,400 crores of assets. That has been clearly mentioned in the electoral affidavit that has been submitted to the Election Commission of India. He is from the dominant caste. If you look at the most of the today's dominant caste cabinet ministers and the MLAs of today's Congress party in a legislative assembly of Telangana, we say there are multimillionaires. For this multimillionaires, they are giving some other illustrations. Whether you take the Telangana party Kamma category or for that matter Marathas from Maharashtra, they are all multimillionaires. They got the thousands and lakhs crores of money for them spending 50 crores for one assembly constituency or 100 crores for a parliamentary constituency is a peanut. One of the BJP MLA who won from this Kamarini constituency, he says on the social media that he has been prepared to spend 150 crores. But he is not ascribing to the elections, but before elections itself he has prepared a plan for serving the people in the villages. So 150 crores. You tell me how many OBCs. So now this election, this OBC enumeration must bring out how many multi-millionaires are there, how many crorepati's are there from the backward classes. So therefore, it is to build this. There has been in a post-independent electoral democracy, there has been a clear-cut democratic deficiency. That deficiency was created by Congress party. Congress party as a dominant political party. The Bharatiya Janata Party, the Prime Minister himself claimed that he is the OBC during 2014 election, and he claimed himself as the MBC 2019 election. But Bharatiya Janata Party, and it was the Bharatiya Janata Party which has got both 2014 and 2000 elections. BJP has got about 46% of the voting OBC would get. The maximum beneficiary. But being a strong supporter of the OBC social background, the Bharatiya Janata Party has opposed under condition, and today it has been opposing the enumeration, the caste-based enumeration method. So you should look at it to try to understand the enumeration, caste-based enumeration, not simplistic understanding of the reservations or small chaprasi jobs, but it is basically to fill the kind of gaps, the pathology, the deficit that has been existing in the post-independent democratic political system, and settle the democratic political system and make it more of a democratic, vibrant, citizen-centric, social inclusive, and then participatory of the citizen and lower caste, all other marginalized sections of the society who are deserving their proportional representation. This scheduled caste, scheduled tribes has got the constitutional mandate in order to provide them the reservations in proportion to the population. Otherwise, you can't imagine. Their situation must worse than even today's OBC communities. So therefore, my way of looking at the caste-based enumeration is essentially from the democratic deficit point of view. Thank you, Kiran. And last one point is that I must also appreciate and appeal, because you have taken this initiation without any institutional support. Nobody has been providing any financial support, any type of support. It is you, the students, who have taken voluntary, proactive response as part of expanding this growing demand across nook and corner of this country. And you must also bring out some sort of a literature, because this is for the first time this sort of seminar has been taking place. You must bring out the diversified ideas which have been coming out from different speakers and disseminate that information to almost every part of the country as part of building of alternative political movement in the country. Thank you.
We are very much fortunate to actually have with us Ala Ramakrishna Garu. So we are actually in different paths, in a different way, either in resources point of view or with organizing point of view or with for media management. So he is our advisor with us. So I asked him to just maybe next session we have. So for media purpose, maybe because some of the media types they required it. So కులగణన గురించి దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఆల్ ఇండియా ఓబీసీ స్టూడెంట్స్ అసోసియేషన్ తీసుకున్న నిర్ణయం ఏంటంటే డిఫరెంట్ లెవెల్లో, ఢిల్లీ లెవెల్లో, అలాగే రాష్ట్రాల్లో, అలాగే తెలంగాణ స్టేట్ లో గత 3 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి కూడా చాలా డిఫరెంట్ యాక్టివిటీస్ ని, ప్రొటెస్ట్ ని ఆర్గనైజ్ చేస్తున్నాం. మొదటిగా 1,00,000 పోస్ట్ కార్డ్ ఉద్యమాన్ని 2021 ఏదైతే ఉందో అది 1,00,000 ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ కి, మోడీ గారికి 1,00,000 పోస్ట్ కార్డ్ ఉద్యమాన్ని ద్వారా ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ కి తెలియజేయడం జరిగింది. అలాగే ఒక 10 లక్షల ట్వీట్లు కూడా అప్పటి నుంచి కూడా చేయడం జరిగింది. ట్విట్టర్ స్టోర్ ద్వారా అది కూడా చేశాం. అది కాకుండా దేశంలో ఢిల్లీలో ఈ క్యాస్ట్ సెన్సస్ అండ్ సోషల్ జస్టిస్ ఇష్యూస్ మీద 2022 డిసెంబర్లో భారీ ఎత్తున ఓబీసీ ఇంటెలెక్చువల్స్ మీటింగ్ అన్నది కండక్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. అలాగే జేఎన్యూలో డిఈలో పాండిచేరి యూనివర్సిటీలో ఇక్కడ డిఫరెంట్ యాక్టివిటీస్ చేసాం. గత కొన్ని రోజుల నుంచి కూడా ఓబీసీ మహా సత్యాగ్రహ అన్నది కూడా యూనివర్సిటీ ముందు చేయడం జరిగింది. వీటినన్నిటితో పాటు ఈరోజు చాలా కొత్త వ్యక్తులు ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అంబేద్కర్ గారు దేశానిలో టెలికాం రివల్యూషన్ ని తీసుకుని వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు, ఇంటర్నెట్ రివల్యూషన్ తీసుకుని వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు. తను కూడా రేపు పొద్దున 10కి తన చికాగో నుంచి మనల్ని అడ్రస్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ప్రొఫెసర్ వీరేంద్ర యాదవ్ గారు ఇప్పుడే మనకు అడ్రస్ చేశారు, వీరమణి గారు అడ్రస్ చేశారు. ఇంకా జేఎన్యూ బెనారస్ హిందూ యూనివర్సిటీ నుంచి కూడా ఈరోజు ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్ తో ఈవినింగ్ వాళ్ళు కూడా ఈరోజు సాయంత్రం వాళ్ళు కూడా అడ్రస్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆల్రెడీ ఒక మోడల్ అన్నది చేయండి, బీహార్లో ఒక మోడల్ అన్నది ఎమర్జ్ అయింది. ఇప్పుడు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ లో కూడా చేయడం జరిగింది. సో దాన్ని కూడా దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఈ సులభనాలను చేయాలి, సామాజిక న్యాయం జరగాలి. వివిధ కమ్యూనిటీస్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ ఓబీసీలకు ఈ బీహార్లో చూసినట్లయితే ఈవెన్ ఎస్సీ రిజర్వేషన్ కూడా శాతం పెరిగింది. మా యొక్క స్ట్రాంగ్ బిలీఫ్ ఏంటంటే ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ ఓబీసీ రిజర్వేషన్ పాపులేషన్ పెరిగింది. అదే సోషల్ ఎడ్యుకేషనల్ బ్యాక్వర్డ్నెస్ కూడా ఎక్కువగా కనపడుతుంది. కాబట్టి దీని మీద సరైన నివేదిక అవసరం. ఇంకోవైపు అన్ని జడ్జిమెంట్లలో చాలా జడ్జిమెంట్లలో ఓబీసీ రిజర్వేషన్లు, పంచాయతీ ఎలక్షన్ లో ఉన్న రిజర్వేషన్ సిస్టమ్ మీద వచ్చిన ప్రతి జడ్జిమెంట్ లో కూడా ప్రాపర్ డేటా లేకపోవడం అన్నది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఈ జడ్జిమెంట్స్ లో ట్రిపుల్ టెస్ట్ లో భాగంగా ప్రాపర్ డేటా లేకపోవడం చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ రీజన్ గా చూపిస్తున్నారు. కాబట్టి ఈ కాస్ట్ సెన్సస్ అన్నది ఖచ్చితంగా నిర్వహించాలనేసి 1931 డేటా ప్రకారంగానే భారత్ మండల్ అలాగే ఫస్ట్ పేపర్ క్లాసెస్ కమిషన్ కూడా అదే డేటా యూజ్ చేస్తుంది. ఇప్పుడు మనకు డేటా అవసరం. రిజర్వేషన్ కాకుండా సామాజిక అంశాలు అలాగే పథకాల మీద కూడా ఈ డేటా అన్నది ఇంపార్టెంట్. కాబట్టి దాని మీద కూడా మనం చర్చించుకోవడం జరిగింది ఈ సెమినార్లో. సో ఇది ఈ సెమినార్ యొక్క ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశం. అందరు ఇక్కడ వచ్చినందుకు ధన్యవాదాలు. On behalf of all AIOBC Students Association, as we are ending this inaugural session, we are very much thankful to Veeramani ji, who is in the age of 85, he is very active and inspiring young minds. And thanks for him for addressing Chennai. We are also thankful to Guru Karunanidhi, who is actually raising so many issues, especially on OBCs and SC/ST representation in different levels, in judiciary, in executive, in academic universities. We are thankful to Professor Vijendra Yadav, who actually joined us from Assam. So he's in Nyayatra. So in spite of his busy schedule, he has actually helped us. He actually addressed us. We are very much thankful to Professor E. Venkateshu, who has joined this organization since so many years, decade. In this, he is actually a product of Mandal movement, who opposed anti-Mandal education in JNU, and who organized meetings in JNU for Mandal Commission report. And he invited, when he invited Sharad Pawar, there was an attack on Sharad Pawar and him throwing chappals, stones, something in JNU by Mandal forces. So he also filed so many cases in the University of Hyderabad against the University administration for violating the OBC reservation. And with his help, we also filed cases in National Commission for Backward Classes. On 29th of this month, highest number of OBC professors and associate professors are joining this university because of our struggle in NCBC and National Commission for Backward Classes, which actually directed this university to immediately fill OBC professors and associate professors on a workbook basis. So we have this year itself, nearly around 40 professors and associate professors are going to join. Where our RTA revealed there are only 9 professors in entire 45 central universities in 2018. From 9 professors, now we have so many professors coming up in this university for making this university so inclusive and diversified. So we are actually indebted to Professor Venkatesh for guiding us in this democratic process, making democratic inclusive process in this so-called upper caste agrahara like University of Hyderabad. So we are actually thankful for him also. So we are thankful to Ala Ramakrishna for who is behind us, and also the organizing committee is quietly sitting for is there, who is actually looking after so many technical issues and other aspects. We are also thankful to Murli and Shiva Yadav who is here with us, and Kondalu who just went for your refreshments. So thank you very much. So we are closing the session immediately after lunch. We will be starting our next session, a very interesting session where Lakshman Yadav, Dr. Lakshman Yadav, Priyanka Bharti, and Professor Ajay Guravartu from JNU, Dr. Harish Bhargav from JNU, and Dr. Anjaya Goralkapri from PHU will be joining and addressing us today. And tomorrow, exactly at 10 o'clock, because it's night for Sam Pretoda. So he will also addressing us for the first time on Caste Census why he said surely for Caste Census and why there is a need of it and how we can access there. What are the technical issues of Caste Census? So it will be a very interesting session tomorrow. So and also today. So thank you all. Lunch is organized at guest house. You can all join, and immediately after lunch, please come here and we will have the next session. Thank you so much.
అది ఇక్కడ ఇచ్చేసి నేను పెట్టాను.
Priyanka, are you here? Priyanka Bhattiji?
పార్టీ అనకు ఆమె వచ్చినట్టు
వచ్చారు అన్ని ఒక్కరికి వచ్చు. So our inaugural session got late because of Professor Yogendra Yadav joining us before his speech, before his scheduled time. So we will start our next session. Sorry for the delay. So we have with us Dr. Lakshman Yadav ji, Priyanka Bhattiji, and and others, and Prince will join us, who is from Dravida Kalagam, who is a deputy secretary for Dravida Kalagam. So he will actually join us. So we'll start without wasting our much time. We'll start our session by asking Dr. Lakshman Yadavji to actually address this seminar. We all know that Lakshman Yadavji is actually a vibrant voice of OBC in North India, who is actually raising so many issues related to OBCs and marginalized communities against this repressive government. Because of his activism and also strong advocacy on social media platforms, he was actually removed by one of the college principal in Delhi University, under Delhi University. So maybe this is maybe the gift you got it for standing against injustice, for standing for the rights of OBCs, for standing for the rights of marginalized communities. It's a proud moment for us, for us to actually, when you join this seminar, it's a proud moment for all of us. So without wasting much time, we request Dr. Lakshman Yadavji to address this seminar.
थैंक यू सो मच. मेरी आवाज आप सब तक आ रही है? ओके. सबसे पहले मैं माफी चाहूंगा. मैं हिंदी में अगर बात रखूं तो कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं? समझ में आ जाए? ओके. ओके. थैंक यू सो मच. ऑल इंडिया ओबीसी स्टूडेंट एसोसिएशन, आप सबका बहुत शुक्रिया. और अभी जो मॉडरेट कर रहे हैं सेशन, उन्होंने मेरा परिचय दिया और उन्होंने कहा कि ये जो हम लोग लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, सामाजिक न्याय की लड़ाई, संविधान की लड़ाई, और उस लड़ाई के बहुत सारे नुकसान होते हैं. तो एक नुकसान ये भी मेरा हुआ कि मुझे नौकरी से निकाला गया, उसका जिक्र इन्होंने किया. तो बिल्कुल ठीक बात है कि जब तानाशाही का दौर आता है तो इस तरह की चीजें हमारे लिए बैज ऑफ ऑनर होती हैं. हम इन्हें तमगे की तरह लगाते हैं. अगर ऐसा कुछ हमारे साथ न हो तो शायद हमें सोचना होगा कि हमारी लड़ाई सही दिशा में है कि नहीं, क्योंकि तानाशाहों को इस तरह की चीजों से डर लगता है. बहुत शुक्रिया इस बात के लिए. और पैनल में जितने भी हमारे दोस्त हैं, हमारे साथी हैं, तमाम लोगों को मेरा क्रांतिकारी इस्तकबाल. जय भीम, जय मंडल, जय संविधान है कि आप सब लोगों ने आज देश के सबसे जरूरी सवाल जाति जनगणना पर यह बातचीत रखी है. आप सबको बहुत बधाई और शुक्रिया. अच्छा होता कि हम आमने सामने बैठे होते तो बातचीत अच्छी होती, लेकिन फिलहाल ऑनलाइन और ये इस तरह के मोड में हम लोग जुड़े हैं, तो ये बहुत जरूरी शुरुआत है. जाति जनगणना एक ऐसा सवाल है, जाति का सवाल, जातियों के गिनने का सवाल. इसका किस्सा कितना दिलचस्प है, इसे इस तरह से समझा जाए कि जब तक जाति जनगणना का मुद्दा पूरे देश का मुद्दा नहीं बन पाया था, तो कोई व्यक्ति जो गुजरात का प्रधानमंत्री होने के समय अपनी जातियां नहीं बताया, और जब उन्हें देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनना हुआ तो दोनों बाहें फैलाकर देश को बताने लगे कि मैं ओबीसी मां का बेटा हूं. और चुनाव भी जीत गए. फिर 2019 का चुनाव फिर से लड़ना हुआ तो उन्होंने फिर से कहा कि मैं तो अति पिछड़ी मां का बेटा हूं. और जब इस देश में जाति जनगणना का सवाल उठाया गया तो वही सज्जन कहते हैं, जल्ले इलाही शहंशाह हिंदुस्तान, कि देश में जातियां होती ही नहीं. जाति तो केवल गरीब अमीर की होती है, महिला होती है, किसान होती है. ये एक विरोधाभास है हमारे देश में. जब तक जाति का लाभ उन्हें लेना था तो वो अपनी जातियां बताते थे. अब जब जाति जनगणना का सवाल होने लगा तो वो कहते हैं कि जाति होती ही नहीं. इसलिए ऐसे वक्त में ये बहुत जरूरी हो जाता है कि हम जाति जनगणना के मुद्दे को और ताकत से उठाएं. दूसरी बात कि 1931 में आखिरी बार देश में जाति जनगणना हुई थी. 1941 में भी हुई, लेकिन द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध का दौर था, वो आंकड़े जुटाए नहीं गए। लेकिन 1951 में जब काका कालेलकर कमीशन बना, तो उस समय ये उसको आंकड़े कुछ कुछ दिए गए थे, लेकिन जब जातियां गिनना बंद हो गया, लोग कहने लगे कि जातियां नहीं गिनेंगे तो जातिवाद खत्म हो जाएगा। लेकिन इस देश में आज भी जातिवाद है। देश के सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज में 2019 तक 0 प्रोफेसर ओबीसी के थे। मैं दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय में पिछले 14 साल से असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर रहा और हमने खुद आरटीआई लगाई। हमने देखा है कि 13 पॉइंट रोस्टर जब आया था तो वो एक पैन इंडिया मूवमेंट बना, और उस पैन इंडिया मूवमेंट ने इस देश में एक सवाल पूछा कि देश की सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज में कितने वाइस चांसलर, कितने प्रोफेसर, कितने एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर और असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, कितने स्टूडेंट, कितने रिसर्च स्कॉलर किस किस कम्युनिटी के हैं, ये देश को जानना चाहिए। और 2022 तक के आंकड़े मैंने खुद आरटीआई से निकाले तो पता चला कि केवल 9 प्रोफेसर ओबीसी पोस्ट पर थे, और 98% पोस्ट जो ओबीसी को सैंक्शन है प्रोफेसर की, वो पोस्ट वैकेंट है। वो पोस्ट आज भी वैकेंट है, और इसलिए ये देश को जानने की जरूरत है। एक सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज में ओनली 4% प्रोफेसर एसोसिएट लेवल पर ओबीसी हैं। 2020 का डेटा कहता है कि 596 ओवरऑल वाइस चांसलर पूरे देश में हैं, जिसमें से ओनली 6 वाइस चांसलर फ्रॉम शेड्यूल कास्ट कम्युनिटी, 6 फ्रॉम शेड्यूल ट्राइब कम्युनिटी एंड 36 ओनली फ्रॉम ओबीसी कम्युनिटी। रेस्ट ऑफ दम लगभग 550 वाइस चांसलर एक ही तबके के हैं। जाति जनगणना इसलिए जरूरी है, जाति जनगणना इसलिए भी जरूरी है, और शुरू में ही मैं इस देश की एक समाजवादी सरकार, बिहार सरकार का शुक्रिया कहना चाहता हूं, उन्हें क्रांतिकारी इस्तकबाल करना चाहता हूं कि बिहार सरकार ने 1931 के बाद पहली बार किसी राज्य ने कास्ट सेंसस कराया, उसका डेटा पब्लिक डोमेन में रखा, और पता ये चला कि कुछ कम्युनिटीज ऐसी हैं, कुछ कास्ट ऐसी हैं जिनकी आबादी 3% है और उनकी हिस्सेदारी 60, 70, 80% है। और यूनिवर्सिटीज का डेटा हम बार बार इसलिए रखना चाहते हैं कि यूनिवर्सिटीज में वो 3% लोग आज भी 90 to 95% पोस्ट पर काबिज है। तो असल में आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया का मतलब क्या है? आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया क्या है? मतलब आप किसी भूगोल के नक्शे पर कुछ लकीरें खींच दें तो उस लकीर के बीच में आने वाले जमीन के टुकड़े से कोई देश बन जाता है? नहीं बनता। देश वहां के लोगों से बनता है, वहां के बाशिंदों से बनता है। देश में 26 नवंबर 1949 को बाबा साहब डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर ने जो बात कही थी वो आज भी जरूरी है कि आज से हम एक अंतर विरोधों के दौर में जा रहे हैं। हमने पॉलिटिकल इक्वलिटी तो दे दी, राजनीतिक बराबरी, एक व्यक्ति एक वोट की एक कीमत, लेकिन अगर सोशल और इकोनॉमिकल जो इक्वलिटी नहीं आएगी, सामाजिक और आर्थिक न्याय नहीं होगा, तो राजनीतिक न्याय का कोई मतलब नहीं निकलेगा। कास्ट सेंसस सोशल, इकोनॉमिकल एंड पॉलिटिकल जस्टिस का सवाल है, इसलिए वो आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया का सवाल है। इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने इस देश के नागरिकों को यह भरोसा, ये यकीन दिलाया था कि यह देश आपका देश बनेगा, यह देश आपके लोगों से चलेगा, और जिसकी जितनी संख्या है उसको उस देश में इतनी जगह मिलेगी। मंडल आंदोलन आया, आजकल तो झोपड़ी के भाग खुल रहे हैं बहुत सारे लोगों के, और मंदिर वहीं बन रहा है, तो उस पर हम कोई बात कहेंगे नहीं, क्योंकि इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन उसके भी फ्रीडम उन्हें देता है। जो जो धर्म मानता है, जो मंदिर बनाना है बनाए, मस्जिद बनाना है बनाए, क्योंकि वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन उन्हें आजादी देता है। लेकिन अब देश में लोगों की भावना आहत होती रहेगी, वो नारे लगते रहे कि जो राम को लाए हम उनको लाएंगे। हम तो बार बार पूछते हैं कि भाई राम को कौन लाया, हम तो सुनते थे भगवान सबको लाते हैं, लेकिन वहां तो कोई और है जो भगवान की उंगली पकड़ कर ले जा रहा है। खैर, डिबेट अलग है। इस समय उस डिबेट को याद करना जरूरी है जो मंडल आंदोलन के दौर में चला। आजाद भारत की एक कोई डिवाइडिंग लाइन बनेगी तो वो मंडल आंदोलन बनेगी। बिफोर मंडल भारत कुछ और था, आफ्टर मंडल भारत कुछ और है। इसीलिए क्रिस्टोफ जफले उसे अपनी किताब, अपनी थीसिस में इंडिया साइलेंट रिवॉल्यूशन कहते हैं। खामोश क्रांति हुई जो मंडल आंदोलन की क्रांति थी। और उस मंडल कमीशन ने, बिंदेश्वरी प्रसाद मंडल बिहार के समाजवादी नेता, उन्होंने ये कहा कि इस देश में 52% ओबीसी कम्युनिटी है, आधी से ज्यादा आबादी। और बिहार सरकार ने अपने स्टेट का डेटा रिलीज किया तो कहा 63% है ओबीसी कम्युनिटी। तो हम अगर बीच का औसत ले लें तो मोर और लेस 60% पॉपुलेशन इस देश की ओबीसी होगी, 60% लोग। और 60% पॉपुलेशन के पास जमीन कितनी है, लैंड ओनरशिप कितनी है, उनके प्रोफेसर कितने हैं, उनके डॉक्टर इंजीनियर कितने हैं, बिजनेस में कितना पार्टिसिपेशन उनका होता है। अगर ये क्वेश्चन आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया का क्वेश्चन नहीं है तो इस आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया पर हम क्वेश्चन करते हैं। और इसलिए कास्ट सेंसस इस देश का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है। उस मंडल आंदोलन में लालू प्रसाद यादव, शरद यादव, दक्षिण भारत में हम करुणानिधि को अक्सर कम तवज्जो देते हैं। 1983-84 उन्होंने मंडल कमीशन जब टेबल हो गया था 1980s के दशक में, तो उसके बाद जो बहुत मजबूत मूवमेंट चल रहा था वो डीएमके की तरफ से चल रहा था। और उस समय की प्राइम मिनिस्टर के आवास पर उन्होंने प्रोटेस्ट की थी। बट आउट ऑफ सडन 1984 में देश का सिनेरियो बदल गया। और उसी 84 से जब मंडल आंदोलन मजबूत हो रहा था, 84 से विश्व हिंदू परिषद बन गया जिसने मंदिर आंदोलन शुरू कर दिया। 89 में जाकर के वो कोई ताला खोल रहा है, कोई कुछ कर रहा है, और ऐसा लगा कि देश का सबसे बड़ा इशू क्या है, मंदिर। लेकिन वही 1983 से लेकर के 1989 तक मंडल मूवमेंट मजबूत हुआ। और उस मंडल मूवमेंट में साउथ इंडिया और नॉर्थ इंडिया के सोशलिस्ट, सोशल जस्टिस के लोगों ने मूवमेंट खड़ा किया। इवन मान्यवर कांशीराम, मोर देन 100 रैलीज ऑन मंडल कमीशन। मंडल कमीशन लागू करो वरना कुर्सी खाली करो। शरद यादव, मुलायम सिंह यादव, लालू प्रसाद यादव, करुणानिधि जी, तमाम लोगों ने, इवन रामविलास पासवान, इन सारे लोगों ने मंडल आंदोलन की लड़ाई लड़ी। 6 अगस्त 1990 मंडल की एक सिफारिश लागू हुई। लोग कहते हैं कि दबाव में मंडल लागू हुआ क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट जा रही थी। वो मैनिफेस्टो में था, जनता पार्टी, जनता दल के मैनिफेस्टो में था। और राष्ट्रीय मोर्चा की सरकार बनी तो उसमें ये था कि मैनिफेस्टो में है कि मंडल कमीशन हम लागू करेंगे। उनके मैनिफेस्टो में था कि मंदिर वहीं बनाएंगे, तो उनको कहते हो कि वो अपना पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं। तो मंडल लागू करने का तो इनके मैनिफेस्टो में 1989 में था, और 1990 में वो मंडल लागू हुआ, एक सिफारिश। 6 अगस्त 1990, 9 अगस्त को उसका नोटिफिकेशन आता है, और 13 अगस्त 1990 उसका अधिसूचना जारी हो जाती है। पालमपुर में अधिवेशन होता है, और अधिवेशन के बाद बीजेपी उसे एक पॉलिटिकल इशू बना करके मंडल के खिलाफ मंदिर का मूवमेंट खड़ा करती है। मंडल के, आज लोग कहते हैं कि मैं ओबीसी मां का बेटा हूं, मैं सोचता हूं कि रामलला टेंट में थे, काश बचपन में मुझे भी टेंट में रहने का मौका मिलता। बिहार सरकार ने आंकड़े जारी किए कि कितने लोगों के पास घर नहीं है रहने को, हम उन्हें 2 लाख रुपया हर एक घर को देंगे। दिस इज कॉल्ड सोशल जस्टिस एंड दिस इज द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया। जिसके पास घर नहीं है उसे घर देने का काम कास्ट सेंसस से शुरू होता है, और ये बिहार सरकार कर रही है। उन्होंने जॉब में रिजर्वेशन इंक्रीज कर दिया, और आज देश में सबसे मैक्सिमम रिजर्वेशन कहां है, बिहार में है। 75% और 75% रिजर्वेशन कोई विरोध कर सकता है? तो मंडल का भी विरोध नहीं कर सकते थे, तो वो कमंडल लेकर आए। आज चूंकि और भी पैनलिस्ट हैं, मैं बहुत डिटेल में अपनी बात नहीं रखूंगा, मैं अपनी बात कंक्लूड करता हूं कि आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया सबको हिस्सेदारी देने की बात करता है। आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया का मतलब यह है कि जितनी पॉपुलेशन है उसके रेशियो में उनके पास लैंड ऑनरशिप होनी चाहिए, बिजनेस पार्टिसिपेशन होना चाहिए। देश के 500 अगर टॉप बिजनेसमैन की लिस्ट बनाई जाए तो उन 500 में 60% पॉपुलेशन वाले ओबीसी 5 भी नहीं होंगे। दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया। 500 बिजनेसमैन, टॉप 500 ब्यूरोक्रेट्स अगर लिए जाएं तो उसमें भी 5% भी ओबीसी नहीं होंगे। यूनिवर्सिटीज में रिप्रेजेंटेशन आज भी 4% ऑफ ओबीसी का है। ये कैसा आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया है? डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर और लैंड ऑनरशिप अगर ये नहीं है तो इसका मतलब देश सबका नहीं बन पाया है। और जाति जनगणना का सवाल केवल जातियों के गिनने का नहीं है। जातियां गिनेंगे तो ये पता चलेगा कि कौन 63% है और उसके पास नौकरी 23% भी नहीं है, और कौन 3% है और उसके पास नौकरी 90% है। दिस इज द मेन ग्राउंड ऑफ कास्ट सेंसस। एक ट्रेन की बोगी है, कुछ लोग एक डिब्बे में मतलब 100 रोटियां हैं तो 100 में से 90 रोटी केवल 3 लोग खा रहे हैं, और 3 रोटी पर देश के 90% लोग जी रहे हैं। दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ इंडिया। और इसलिए आप सब लोग, ऑल इंडिया स्टूडेंट ओबीसी स्टूडेंट एसोसिएशन को मैं शुक्रिया अदा करूंगा, लेकिन हमें इस पूरे मूवमेंट को, कास्ट सेंसस के मूवमेंट को पूरे एग्रेशन के साथ इसलिए लड़ना चाहिए क्योंकि ये आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया का इशू है। ये केवल ओबीसी का इशू नहीं है। हम इसलिए ओबीसी की बात कर रहे हैं क्योंकि शेड्यूल कास्ट और शेड्यूल ट्राइब का आज भी सेंसस में डेटा कलेक्ट होता है, ओबीसी का नहीं होता है। कल तक ये बीजेपी के लोग तो कास्ट सेंसस की मांग कर रहे थे। 2010 में यूनानिमस डिसीजन हो गया था पार्लियामेंट में, तो कल वाली कांग्रेस ने उसको थोड़ा सा डिरेल कर दिया और सेपरेट सेंसस हुआ, सोशल एंड इकोनॉमिकल कास्ट सेंसस। लेकिन आज कम से कम चलो उस कांग्रेस को ये समझ में आ रहा है कि हमसे, जैसे वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल में कोटा विद इन कोटा में हमसे गलती हुई, तो हम लोग तो दिल बड़ा रखते हैं, हम माफ कर देते हैं, चलो गलती हुई मान लो। लेकिन कल जो बीजेपी कास्ट सेंसस में यूनानिमसली खड़ी थी, वो आज बीजेपी करे हम कास्ट सेंसस नहीं कराएंगे। क्यों? क्योंकि आज मंडल की लड़ाई कहीं फिर से जीत न जाए, और मंडल की लड़ाई आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया को इंक्लूसिव बनाएगी, सबका पार्टिसिपेशन होगा, सबका देश बनेगा। कोई अवैध कब्जा अगर किया हुआ है तो उसको छोड़ करके इक्वालिटी तथागत बुद्ध की आइडियोलॉजी है, प्रज्ञाशील करुणा कबीर रैदास की आइडियोलॉजी है, फूले अंबेडकर पेरियार की है। डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया ने एक स्लोगन रेज किया था, संसोपा ने बांधी गांठ पिछड़ा पावे 100 में 60। तो 100 में 60 तो उस समय राम मनोहर लोहिया कह गए। तो आज जरूरत यह है कि ओबीसी प्रधानमंत्री से यह पूछा जाए कि कितने प्रोफेसर ओबीसी के, कितने डॉक्टर, और लास्ट पॉइंट, राम राज्य बन रहा है ना, राम राज्य में ओबीसी कहां होगा? पता है कहां होगा? लेटरल एंट्री 340, मोर देन 340 पोस्ट ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी के सैंक्शन हो गई, उस पर ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी अपॉइंट हो चुके हैं। 340 और 340 में से एक भी ओबीसी नहीं है। दिस इज राम राज्य। और ये मंडल आंदोलन की सबसे बड़ी हार होगी अगर हम जैसे लोग कास्ट सेंसस को पैन इंडिया मूवमेंट नहीं बना पाए। ये राम राज्य होगा लेटरल एंट्री वाला, जिसमें दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी केवल शूद्र बन करके, मजदूर बन के रहेंगे। वो अपने दोस्तों को पूरा देश बेच करके 12 लाख करोड़ रुपए दे देंगे, और उसके बाद हमारे लोगों को कुछ मिलेगा नहीं। तो मैं बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं ऑल इंडिया ओबीसी स्टूडेंट एसोसिएशन का। आप दिल्ली में भी कार्यक्रम करेंगे, पूरे देश में पैन इंडिया मूवमेंट खड़ा करिए। हम सब आपके साथ हैं और असल में हम उस आइडियोलॉजी के साथ हैं जो इक्वालिटी की बात करता है, जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के प्रेम्बल की बात करता है, जो सोशल जस्टिस की बात करता है। और चूंकि हम जस्टिस की बात करते हैं, इसलिए हमें पूरे एग्रेशन में, पूरे कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ इस पूरे इशू को पैन इंडिया मूवमेंट में तब्दील करना होगा। इसी उम्मीद के साथ आप सबका बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Dr. Lakshman Yadav ji. Without wasting time, we will go for other panelists. So, आपने रहते हैं Lakshman ji, you will stay or okay. So we have with us Prince NRS. Mr. Prince NRS is a young, dynamic. So you want to speak now or next speaker? So he just texted me that Prince, you are there?
Yeah, I'll speak next, Kiran. Thank you.
Okay. So Prince will join later, but we'll go with Priyanka Bharteji, who is now currently national spokesperson for RJD, and she is one of the ferocious student leader who actually stood for the cause of student issues in JNU Jawaharlal Nehru University. She was also contested candidate from Chhatra RJD in JNU SU elections. Who are actually leading so many movements of JNU, not only JNU, on other student issues also, especially on fee rise issue in Delhi. So I request Priyanka ji to address this seminar.
Okay. Hello everyone. Jai Bhim, Jai Birsa, Jai Mandal, and revolutionary greetings to everyone. And I thank you for inviting me as a speaker over here. Today's topic is caste census. So before me spoke Lakshman Bhai, and he explained you very well what are the intricacies and what are the problems, what are the issues, and where we are lacking and what we need to focus. So put it very simply, I would say caste-based census is something like when a person is diagnosed with cancer. So after that only he or she will be treated. He'll be given or she'll be given medicine. So it's like the casteism. The root of casteism is just like cancer all over the India. And for treating it, caste-based census is very crucial. I'm not saying caste-based census or caste census is just like a magical wand, which is going to change everything within a single minute. But yes, to analyze what are the problems and why is this a core issue, we need a census, we need a report. Until and unless we have a report which tells us, which shows us what are the disparities, what disproportionate problems we have, we cannot address it. So if I keep it in a mixed language, Hindi and English, is it a problem for anyone or should I continue in English?
No. You can speak in
Okay.
so because we have. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm from Bihar, and I can say it now very proudly, although I don't know how it would appear, but I can say it proudly that Bihar has done this process of caste-based census, which was lastly done in 1930. It was done later in 2010, I think Rajnath Singh said, and BJP, almost whole of the BJP was unitedly took a stand on this, that we are going to do caste-based census. But the moment they came in power, it just vanished. The issue of OBCs, I would say this is the Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister, what he did, he has deceived the womb of a OBC women, because he tricked us using the OBC identity and then asserting it for your vote gains, voting percentage and everything. There you say you are OBC, and then again the moment you are there, you say no, there are only two castes, Garib and Amir, poor and rich. So why do we use titles? A Trivedi can be changed into Garib Trivedi, something like that. If I am Rama Trivedi, I should be like Rama Garib. I don't need a caste title for that. Obviously, caste title is used for caste privileges. Let me talk about data. The report of Oxfam from 2004 to 2022, it showed that only 70% or 74% of the wealth percentage is owned by 10% of the population. 74%, can you imagine? So whenever it comes to caste, whenever it comes to casteism, people say that no, capitalism is above जो पैसे की बात है, जो मूल की बात है, जो मूलधन की बात है, तो हम बहुत अलग है इसमें, जाति और पैसे का कोई लेना देना नहीं है. But when you listen to Ram Manohar Lohia, he had said one thing about about how caste, how wealth, and how privilege are interlinked, and we have seen this. For example, when you talk about how much percentage of land a Dalit owns, how much percentage of land OBC owns, or how much percentage of land a privileged caste owns, so they vary a lot. When the report was released in Bihar, caste-based census report was released, and there it was shown that there is a caste called Kayasth. So they are in percent, the population percent is 0.6%. But you know how much percentage they were in government jobs? 6%. The population percent of Brahmins was 3. But in government jobs, they were 3.8% over-representation. So this is the whole battle between over-representation and under-representation. So here in caste-based census, it's not just about OBCs. We are also showing who are less richer or who don't have much amenities. For example, उसी caste-based census में हमें ये भी पता चला कि सवर्णों में भी गरीबों की संख्या कितनी ज्यादा है और ओबीसी जो पिछड़े हैं उनकी संख्या कितनी ज्यादा है. तो हम डिस्पैरिटी को दिखा रहे हैं. एंड यू वुड और आज हमने 75% रिजर्वेशन बिहार में इंक्रीज किया है. सो दैट इज व्हाई, दैट वाज द रीजन वी नीडेड कास्ट सेंसस. जब तक हमें कोई बीमारी पता नहीं चलेगी, हम उसका इलाज कर ही नहीं सकते. Whenever we went into the courts कि हमें रिजर्वेशन बढ़ाना होगा, because all the times the slogan has been raised, जिसकी जितनी संख्या भारी उसकी उतनी हिस्सेदारी. 100 में 90 शोषित हैं, शोषितों ने ललकारा है, धन धरती और राजपाट पे 90 भाग हमारा है. But when we talk about this 90%, तो 90% में हम धन धरती में कहाँ है? Day before yesterday हमने शहादत दिवस मनाई रोहित वेमुला की. Do you think when he was born he dreamed of hanging himself? Or any OBC or any SC or any ST student all across the India who are suiciding, are they willing to suicide? I would say this is not suicide. This is institutional murders. Institutional murders by Dronacharyas who are sitting everywhere in the corner of this country. पहले वो धोती कुर्ते में बैठते थे, but now they are sitting with ties, suits and pants. और अभी भी वो in the name of interviews, they are giving us 1 marks, 2 marks, 3 marks based on caste. So their merit is directly linked to caste. If you belong to OBC, SC, ST community, you are meritless. And the moment they see your title, जब उपनाम देखते हैं, to quote in the words of Om Prakash Valmiki, he said, इस देश में सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी उपनाम है, नाम से ज्यादा. नाम में क्या रखा है? बहुत लोग कहते हैं नाम में बहुत कुछ है, पर नाम में नहीं, सब कुछ उपनाम में रखा है. Now in Bihar we have seen that 94 lakhs of people are very poor. वो इतने marginalized है कि वो 6,000 से कम कमाते हैं. तो इन 94 लाख लोगों की कैसे पहचान हुई? वो जातिगत जनगणना से हुई. We could do it because we did caste census. जैसे ही caste census का रिपोर्ट आया, हम उन 94 लाख लोगों को 2-2 लाख रुपए देने जा रहे हैं, so that they can sustain themselves, so कोई बिजनेस खड़ा कर सके. Because we know कमाने के लिए या जॉब्स के लिए, since I am a OBC student, I am doing PhD, I would not go for selling pakoras because I have survived this much. I did my bachelor's, master's and reached PhD. इसलिए नहीं कि मैं जाके पकोड़ा बेचूं and that is my job. That will not be. Obviously मैंने इतना इसके लिए शिद्दत की, मेहनत की ताकि मैं यहाँ तक पहुंच पाऊं. लेकिन कल को क्या होगा? कल को जब मैं किसी इंटरव्यू में जाऊं PhD करने के बाद भी, seeing my title, they are going to say नहीं, आप मेरिट वाले नहीं हो, चलो आप यहाँ से निकलो. Just the same way it happened with Lakshman Yadav. हमारे पास सब कुछ होने के बावजूद. So caste based census is about कि हम दिखा पाए कि किसके पास कितना लैंड है, किसके पास कितने जॉब्स हैं. As he said, 2019 तक हमारे पास एक भी ओबीसी प्रोफेसर नहीं था. Do you think that 60% of the population of this country is so meritless that they could not produce a single professor in India? This shows कि कितना ज्यादा चोरी की गई है, हमारे हक मारी हुई है, हमारे हकों की चोरी हुई है। वर्जीनिया वुल्फ जो कहती हैं कि जब महिलाओं के साथ जो शोषण हुआ उसको देखा जाएगा तो पता चलेगा कि कितनी ज्यादा हमारे हकों की चोरी हुई। मैं तो कहूंगी कि खास तौर पर बीइंग एन ओबीसी वुमेन, कि जब यहाँ पर जातिगत जनगणना होगी तब पता चलेगा कि ओबीसी एसटी महिलाओं की हकों की कितनी चोरी हुई है। Recently, you all know that recently they released this कि हम women reservation bill ला रहे हैं. In the women reservation bill, what is the major missing point? Quota within quota. Again and again, they'll be sending their own women, the women from the it's not upper class, it's uppered class, I would say uppered caste, because they were not upper, they were uppered by their ancestors, by their social privileges, by their academic privileges. It said no that there are various forms of capitals, Weber's capitals, in which they have institutional capital because they did not allow us to go to the schools. They have caste capital, this cultural capital, because we are not born with the caste. They have this money economic capital because they are born with a particular caste, so they'll be getting promoted everywhere. So this is how their privilege, जब तक वो अपने प्रिविलेज के बारे में सोचेंगे नहीं, उसको एक्नॉलेज नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम सिर्फ एक तरफा लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। सिर्फ हमारी जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, इट्स नॉट द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज ऑफ ओबीसीज इटसेल्फ कि सिर्फ हम असर्ट करते रहे, हम बोलते रहे बार बार और वो सिर्फ सुन के इग्नोर करते रहे। वो एक तबका है जो जब तक हमारे साथ नहीं आएगा तब तक हमारी मुश्किलें बढ़ती ही रहेंगी। दैट्स व्हाई आई वुड से कि कोटा विद इन कोटा इसलिए ज्यादा जरूरी है कि पता चल पाए कि जब जिस देश में महिलाओं की भी जाति है, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि ओनली मेल आर बोर्न विद द कास्ट एंड वुमेन आर कास्टलेस, वी आर आल्सो बोर्न विद कास्ट। जो जब हम कास्ट के साथ आते हैं तो वी हैव टू फाइट विद टू थिंग्स, वन इज पेट्रियार्की, द अदर थिंग इज कास्ट प्रॉब्लम्स। सो जब हम पितृसत्ता से भी लड़े, जातिवाद से भी लड़े, तो सारी महिलाएं आखिर बराबर हो कैसे गई? सीधी सी बात है, वी आर नॉट इक्वल। तो जब हम इक्वल नहीं है तो आप सबको एक ही तराजू पे रख के कैसे तोल दोगे? हाउ विल यू बैलेंस अस? आप कहते हो कि सभी महिलाएं एक है, बट जब इस देश में किसी भी एक बहुजन महिला का रेप होता है, सभी का खून बराबर क्यों नहीं खौलता? Why the blood does not boil equally for every woman? सीधे वहां पर कास्ट का भी प्रॉब्लम आता है। तो आई वुड से कि I do not want Sachs and Sachs of Vrinda Karat, I do not want Sachs and Sachs of Smriti Irani and all these women, Nirmala Sitaraman, upper caste women. I also want to see Bhagwati Devi. I also want to see Mayawati. I also want to see many Rabdi Devis sitting over there in the parliament raising issues. So this is why caste census is important, to show कि women के भी जातिगत जो भेदभाव है उसके कारण महिलाएं कितना कुछ झेल रही हैं। तो सब कुछ समराइज करते हुए आई वुड जस्ट से कि अभी बिहार ने 75% रिजर्वेशन बढ़ाया है, पर सिर्फ ये बिहार तक की बात नहीं है। बिहार इज जस्ट वन पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, पूरे देश भर की बात होनी चाहिए। Whenever Periyar talked about rationality में सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट इट वाज कि हम देखें कि इनइक्वालिटीज की जो जड़ें हैं, वे आर द रूट्स ऑफ इनइक्वालिटीज, एंड कास्टिज्म इज द रूट ऑफ इनइक्वालिटी इन इंडिया। क्योंकि यूरोप लड़ता है क्लास से, हम लड़ते हैं कास्ट से। क्लास से आप चेंज कर भी लोगे, यू कैन शिफ्ट फ्रॉम वन क्लास टू अदर क्लास, बट कास्ट में यू डू नॉट गेट द ऑप्शन टू चेंज वन कास्ट टू अदर कास्ट। द वन यू आर born with, you are going to die with. So finally I would just say that in the 90s we have witnessed when Mandal Commission report were launched and Mandal Commission के आंदोलन तेज हो रहे थे, तब उन्होंने मंदिर का मुद्दा उठाया, तब उन्होंने बाबरी ढाने का प्लान बनाया, so that जो मंडल कमीशन के जितने रिपोर्ट 40 डिमांड्स हैं वो सुने ना जा सके, that 40 demands are not being heard. Until now we know that not all the 40 demands, only 3 or 4 demands have been heard. So अभी भी current scenario में we witnessed that when all other political parties, the opposition parties, were continuously raising the voice for caste census, so this time they are raising the slogan of Mandir Wahi Banayenge. Again, there is a battle between caste census and this religion politics. I believe धर्म का किसी भी राजनीति से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. Religion is not related to politics. Religion is being used for politics and for Hindutva agenda. But when you talk about Hindutva में भी किनको benefit हो रहा है? Again, these one caste people, the upper caste people are getting the benefit. So in this Hindutva politics, OBCs, SC, ST, again they are lacking. वहाँ पे हम नहीं हैं. So I would just finally, and minorities are even not heard. So I would just finally say that this is now an urgent need. We are in an urgent need to address this issue of caste census, and AIOBC has taken a very grand step, and I salute them for conducting this seminar. At the end, I would just say the caste survey is not a magic wand or that empowerment and equality will be granted suddenly. Instead, I think it is the most appropriate process for analyzing power relations, economic status, like who is at what economic condition, the social hierarchy of looking at who is at hierarchical points and who is lagging down, and assessing how these dynamics can be challenged, changed, and togetherly they can be negotiated. And that will be the moment this is done, we will attain equality. And as Ram Manohar Lohia said, we need to bring 7 revolutions in this Indian society, and one of the most major revolution is the revolution of caste, and we will attain it through caste-based census. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka, for your wonderful speech. And we will have some questions and answer session later after our entire panel. So we have with us our next speaker is Prince Enares. He is also deputy secretary for Dravida Kalagam, which is actually a ideological base, which is leading a ideological movement in land of Tamil Nadu. Not only it's only confined to Tamil Nadu, we all are actually getting inspired by the writings, by the publications, and by the movement of Dravida Kalagam. So I request Prince to address this seminar, and then we will go for question and answer session for entire panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Guru. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And this is a wonderful opportunity for me to be in this national seminar on caste census. I wish social justice wishes from the land of Periyar, those who are listening to this event. The initiative of the youth is commendable because RSS and BJP are thinking that they can brainwash the youth through their Zoom laws and social media and all other TV medias. But this seminar is resounding a message with a feeling that will not be deceived. Earlier, as mentioned by Lakshman, who spoke before me, they think that they can deceive the backward and downtrodden people by showing Rama and Ram Mandir. Just like even we can say that after 30 years, after a complete generation, they still bring religion against our rights. So very rightly pointed out by Mr. Lakshman, they can't deceive us, and against us, they put 2 people from the backward community. So it is a very needful seminar and timely seminar, I can say that. And before me, Priyanka's talk about caste census was very thought-provoking. And one thing I wish to add, the Tamil Nadu has experienced a great change in these 95 years, starting with the resolution passed by our Tandai Periyar, EBR, in the year 1929, and the self-respect movement conference in Tamil Nadu, which was held in Sengalpattu. The practice of taking out their names without telling their names without caste names. I would like to put this as a plea for our social justice relationship and social justice fraternity. Abolition of caste is not something that can happen overnight. We know that. As Ambedkar said, it is not a building to demolish very easily. It is in our minds. We are the people who are fighting against caste, who are working to abolish caste system. And we consider that the caste is not necessary even in name. Caste is not our culture. Caste is not our identity. We want to abolish it, but we want caste-wise census. That is the irony. As today morning in the opening ceremony, our president, leader Dr. K. Veeramani, he summed it up very beautifully. Those who want to abolish caste, we want census, caste-based census. But those who think there should be caste system, they say no to caste census. Because we want to get rid of this disease. So we want to know what is the severity of the disease. They think that this awareness should not occur to us. So it is very clear and very timely initiative by All India OBC Students Association to conduct this seminar. In beginning, it may be in online, but in future, we have to bring these discussions to the college campus, to the school campus, and in social media. We need to discuss a lot. We have to bring our comrades, all OBC students, scheduled caste and scheduled tribe students, all non-Brahmin students have to come together to fight for our rights of social justice. And we know from morning, our comrades, our forerunners, they have delivered wonderful lectures in this seminar. They have delivered so many insightful messages to us. It's our duty to bring these things to our comrades, to our student fraternity. And we have a wonderful situation now because India wants to get rid of this religious goods. So it is the right time. And I would like to mention, we know the history of the census and our social justice issues for the past 75 years. Even from 1931, we know what happened and what is our only data we have now. Even our BP Mandal, he mentioned the 1931 caste census. We know that. But what is the issue now? What is the thought of the youth now? What are their questions? We need to address them. They think that not discussing caste in public will help the people to get rid of caste. But we have to address them. We need to answer them that discussing more about caste system and bringing knowledge to them and equipping them to conquer the Brahminical ideology, which continuously prevents caste system. So that will be our motto. That has to be done. It may be a good start, but we need to go a lot. Our paths are very long. We need to carry the torch of social justice from our forerunners to bring our youth in India and to bring awareness, to give awareness to them. That is most important and very need of the hour. That's what I wish to convey. We know that caste is not prohibited under the Constitution of India. Whether we accept it or not, caste is at the root of everything in India, especially Hinduism, which is the majority religion, of course, pseudo-majority, because OBC people and the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes people, we are the majority. But they bring a line by using the chalk of religion. We need to redraw the line. We have to draw the line just excluding the so-called upper caste Brahminical people, and we have to bring all our OBCs, SC, STs in a banner. That will be a most important move in social justice movement, because we know that in 1980s, Ramvilas Baswan is the person who was a key ideologist and key to VP Singh to bring Mandal Commission. Our leader, Dr. K. Veeramani, and so many leaders all over India, they come together, irrespective of their ideological differences. They have come together and they have fought against the injustice. That's how they brought, and they have had the capability of bringing this 27% at least. Now we need a lot. We have to get our what we need. And as Asriyar K. Veeramani said in the morning, we need reservation till the caste prevails, till the bridge was built. We need a bypass. Till the way is corrected, we need this bypass. So this is the message. This is what we have to do. And on behalf of Dravidar Kalagam and the youth movement and our Dravidian Students Federation, I wish all success to this national seminar, and in every initiative by this AIOBCSA, we will be with you in all social justice issues. We are ready to participate in national level conferences, rallies, and you need to bring more publications, more pamphlets to reach our younger generation, to reach our students fraternity. That is the need of our. We will do that. And once again, I thank Mr. Kiran and all other AIOBCSA Students Association members and the office bearers for giving me a wonderful chance. We'll unite together. We'll fight for social justice. Long live Periyar. Long live Dr. Ambedkar. And let's unite for social justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. Yeah, we all together, we need to work together on grounds, in conferences, in seminars, and in the movement. So, All India OBC Students Association will be grateful if Dravidar Kalagam actually gives intellectual, ideological support. We already there. We can actually collaborate and guide us in different forms. So thank you so much. Thank you. So we have with us now Sri Ala Ramakrishna ji, who is president for all National OBC Rights Protection Forum. So over to him. I think he wants to actually present some slides. So Sai Kiran will help him in presenting the slides. Thank you. Over to Ala Ramakrishna.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, friends. I'm Ramakrishna, retired chief engineer of electricity in Telangana. I'm working for this.
I think Sai Kiran, sir, 1 minute. Sai Kiran, I think you need to mute Prince and even me. So Prince, please mute your Prince. And also unpin him so that only unpin the session. So pin AIOBC account.
Okay. Right?
Yes, sir. Go on.
Good afternoon. I'm Krishna, retired Chief Engineer of Electricity in Telangana. We are all working since few years along with our All India OBC Students Organization. My organization is National OBC Rights Protection Forum. Some other organizations are also there for BCs. We are actively participating for this caste census since 2000 itself. I have filed a case in Supreme Court also regarding this thing. And that this BJP government has given me affidavit that it is very impossible to go for caste census in India because of a lot of castes are there, gotras are there, like that. They are denied and given a 78-page affidavit also at that time. But recently our BC brother, Bihar Chief Minister, Mr. Nitish Kumarji, has done it and get it done. Reservations or facilities to the downtrodden people. For example, SCs are there. Till then, 10% reservations are there, facilities are there. Now, it was changed to 20%. And afterwards, that for BCs, 18% is there. Only one class of BCs. And then he changed it to extremely backward classes and backward classes. Then 43% now we think. 23% to EBC and 18% to this BC. He divided. Like that, has done a lot of things. He made an example to the entire India. Now Andhra Pradesh also doing, Maharashtra, Orissa also started. This is very much. First of all, I congratulate the Mr. Kiran Kumar and Kondal, Sai Kiran, Lucky, and his friends, OBC Students Association for organizing this wonderful seminar on caste census all over the world. So many eminent people are coming to participate in this today and tomorrow also. And now I want to show some statistics of India where BCs, SCs, STs, minorities are there in different fields of Indian politics to judiciary, education, and industry, like that. I want to show some statistics to our friends because our great people already told several things on the caste census history and what is to be going to be done in future also. They have expressed their views. Now I want to show what is the position of our people. In polity, the Modi government has given cabinet ministers by caste. I have done all the statistics with the help of my friend Mr. Nagesh Bhushan and some other friends. In every field, you know, in India, there is only below 10% people, upper caste people are there. 90% are caste. In 140 crores of India population, 120 crores, 122 crores are SC, ST, BC population, minority population. Upper castes are still in a majority among the cabinet ministers of Modi. They occupy 21 out of the 31 cabinet beds, powerful beds, including dominant castes. You see, what is the fate of India? This is a family. Country is a family. Everybody should be recognized by his capacity. What is going on for all this 75 years of public India? I don't know. Yes, I So, in cabinet of Modi, there are 6 members of Brahmins. What is the percentage of Brahmins in India? Below 1%. Even though they got 6, there is 50 to 56%. We can't say exact figure. OBCs, only 5 members. That too, unimportant portfolios. Rajputs 4, Vaishyas 2, Khatris 2, Bhumihar 1, Kannait 1, Marathas 2, Patels 2, Reddis 1, OBC 5, SC 2, ST 3. SCs are there in India, 17%. They got only 2, where 1% people got, 10% people got 90, almost all 80% of the beds. You see, who are the rulers of the India? This is of the Modi's government. Congress also like that. Afterwards, we'll go to confusion. The way to Ganga, Eleva, and what's the way? అన్ని లేవా? పెట్టండి, నేను పెడితే చెప్తాను నేను. అన్ని తీయండి. మనిషి ఇప్పుడు ఒక్కొక్కటి మారుస్తూ ఉండండి, ఇదేనని చెప్తాను. జగదాన్ని నేను అసలు political structure of our Indian government, and then we go to judiciary. Enable. జుడిషియరీలో ఇంకా ఉన్నాయి, ఒక్కొక్కటి స్లైడ్, రెండు స్లైడ్ మార్చండి, మారుస్తుంటే వస్తుంది. అంతేమంటారు అందులో తీసినాయి కదా మీ అన్ని ఏదో సార్ చెప్పాలి. నేను అక్కడికి వచ్చాను, నేను ఉంటే పెట్టి అన్ని ఇచ్చానండి, అన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. ఇది లేదా అందులో, ఇది లేదా, అందులో తీసిందే కదా ప్రింట్. హలో, అందులో తీసిందే కదా ఈ ప్రింట్. అది ఉంటుంది.
మీరు పంపించిన ఫొటోస్ లో
మరి ఎక్కడ పోతాడు? అక్కడ పెట్టింది. సో అది ఉంటాడు, అది ఉంటుంది. So Supreme Court judges, Supreme Court of India, Brahmins dominate the judging. This proportionate representation at the Supreme Court, a perspective based on caste and religion of judges. You see, in the Congress regime, 2004 to 2014, Brahmins are 15, and not known 8, OBC 6, like that, we can see this is also domination of almost 90% people are 95% from upper caste. And in BJP regime, more than that, 96 to 97%. Brahmins 10, Baliya 7, Satpon 6, Kayastha 3, Khatri 2, Holy Christian 1, Scheduled Caste 1, like that. This is the judiciary point. And then next slide.
Sai, I think you need to mute.
Anyway, I will explain according to slide. Central universities. అట్లా గురించి నేను ఏదో ఒకటి పెట్టా చెప్తాను. Central universities social representation profile. You see, vice chancellors in India. There are 998 universities are there in India. Now vice chancellor are 45 members. In 45 members, 80% of the people they are upper caste and 16% is OBCs. And then professors, 1005, 86% are upper caste. And then associate professors, 2700, 84% of the associate professors are upper caste people. As 10% of the India population is are occupying major positions of the Indian universities. I want to tell like that. In assistant professors, 8,668, 61% are there. That some reservations has come to DC recently. So the people are now coming to get the jobs. And then PhD students in India. This is also most of the upper caste people are occupying the entire PhD studentship in all the university. This is percentage representation of SCs, STs, and OBCs, disabled people in on 31/1/2020. Source is Parliament. In Parliament, some of the parliamentarians have submitted these statistics based on the statistics. I'm going to present this thing. You see, Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, Group D, Sapphire. 5 categories are there. In that, OC's representation is like this, and SCs, STs, OBCs, EWS, differently abled. You see, in all the Group A, Group B, Group C, in Group D, India. Government sector, not private. This is government sector representation of our Indian people. Next slide. Descending Supreme Court, I think. This is to be explained. Representation of general category, OCs, SC, ST, OBC, central government posts in Group A and B, top class posts, top and next to top. In Group A, general category people are 50,000, 49,982 are there. SCs, 10,000, STs, 4,500, 558, OBC only 12,817 in group A. See, so 10% people have occupied 80% of the group A posts. Balance posts are allotted to SC, ST, OBC. We can see the lot of discrimination among the general category people also like this. 80%. More than 80%, they are paid. 87,910 and SCs are 24,000, STs are 10,000, OBCs are 70 crores of OBCs got only 24,000 posts. And then in graphical also, this thing also you can see. And then next slide, please. Loans. Recently, this BJP government has started mudra loans to the people of India who are going to establish the industries or business, starting business also. Then they allotted like this. General means upper caste people got 66% of the amount towards their loan. You see how many people are there. Only OBCs got 20% of the sanctioned amount. SCs got 10%. STs. In every aspect, the upper caste people in India were only 10% in the population, where 2% of the poor, they got the major loans from the portion of the total mudra loan. Yes, sir. Next slide, please. In police, okay, we can say in police, Indian police, social groups. Upper caste people are 49%, OBCs are 25%, SCs are 14%, STs are 12%. So 50% total, the force occupied by the upper caste. That's why they are dominating in every way. They are getting the lot of support from these people, and they are dominating in every way. They are suppressing the SC, ST, next slide, please. దాదాపు 30-35 crores ఉన్నాయి. వాళ్ళందరికి కూడా ఇవాళ దే ఆర్ గెట్టింగ్ మోర్ దెన్ 35,000 crores. మరి 75 కోట్ల ప్రజలు ఉన్న వాళ్ళ లెక్కలు లేవు కాబట్టి అసలు ఒక మంత్రిత్వ శాఖ లేదు, ఒక బడ్జెట్ లేదు. ఇదేదో కంటి తుడుపుగా భారతదేశంలో బీసీలు ఉన్నారని మరి మా గ్రేట్ ప్రధానమంత్రి గారికి తెలుసు కాబట్టి ఏడాది 2,000 కోట్లు ఇచ్చారండి. 2,000 కోట్లు 70 కోట్ల మందికి పంచితే ఎంత వస్తుందండి? 29 రూపాయలు 30 రూపాయలు చిల్లర వస్తుంది. అంటే ఒక టీం అట. భారతదేశంలో ఉన్న బీసీలందరికీ మన గౌరవనీయమైన ప్రధానమంత్రి గారు ఒక టీ ఏర్పాటు చేస్తున్నారు అంతే, మనకు ఖర్చు పెట్టేది. నాకేం జలసీ లేదు, ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీకి అలాట్ చేస్తున్నారు నాకు జలసీ లేదు. కానీ అదే రకంగా ఒక అంతరానితనం ఉందని షెడ్యూల్ చేశారు. అంతరానితనం అనేది లేదు కాబట్టి మరి ఎన్నో కులాలు బీసీల్లో పూసల వాళ్ళు, బుడబుక్కల వాళ్ళు, మరి సంచార జాతులు, కనీసం ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీకి ఒక వెలువలు ఉంటాయి, ఎక్కడైనా వాళ్ళ కాలనీలు ఉంటాయి. కానీ వీళ్ళు చెట్ల కిందే ఉంటారు, ఈ గంగేతులు వేసుకుని తిరుగుతూ. వాళ్ళకి మరి అంతరానితనం అనే పాయింట్ లేదు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు షెడ్యూల్ లో పెట్టలేదు కాబట్టి బీసీల్లో ఉండిపోయారు. సో భారత రాజ్యాంగంలో బీసీలు అంటే ఎవరు? ఎడ్యుకేషనల్లీ సోషల్లీ బ్యాక్వర్డ్ క్లాస్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరినీ వీళ్ళు అన్నారు. ఆ బీసీల్లో ఎవరికైతే అంటరానితనం అనేది ఉందో వాళ్ళందరినీ దాదాపు 449 మందిని కులాల్ని ఎస్సీస్ కింద చేశారు ఆ బీసీల్లో. అలాగే కొండ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉన్న బీసీల్ని ఎస్టీలు అన్నారు, ట్రైబల్స్. ఇక మిగిలిపోయారు బీసీలు. ఎవరు మిగిలిపోయారు? కొంతమంది మిగిలిపోయారు. వాళ్ళందరినీ ఓబీసీ. ఓబీసీ అంటే బ్యాక్వర్డ్ క్లాస్. రాజ్యాంగం ప్రకారం ఈ 3 జాతులు కూడా ఓబీసీలే, బీసీలే వీళ్ళంతా రాజ్యాంగం ప్రకారం. కానీ ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ తీసేయడం వల్ల కొన్ని క్యాస్ట్లని మిగతా వాళ్ళందరినీ ఓబీసీ అన్నారు. ఈ ఓబీసీ పాపులేషన్ ఇవాళ 70 crores ఉంది ఇండియాలో. దయనీయంగా ఉంటుంది పరిస్థితి. టైం ఏంటా?
ఇంకో 5 minutes లో కంక్లూడ్ చేయండి డిస్కషన్.
అయితే ఈ రకంగా వీళ్ళని మొదటి నుంచి లెక్క పెట్టకపోవడం వల్ల మరి ఎన్టీ రామారావు గారు 44% రిజర్వేషన్స్ ఇస్తే దాన్ని వీరికి సరైన లెక్కలు లేవని ఇప్పుడు కొట్టేసి గతంలో ఉన్న 25% ఉద్యోగాల్లో, విద్యా ఉపాధిలో వాటిలో కూడా ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. అలాగే రీసెంట్ గా కొంతమంది కోర్టుకి వెళ్ళడం వల్ల లెక్కలు చెప్పి స్థానిక సంస్థల్లో ఎన్టీ రామారావు గారు 34% ఇస్తే దాన్ని 22% చేశారు. మీ అందరికీ తెలిసే ఉంటది. ఇవాళ మరి మన ఎలక్షన్ మేనిఫెస్టోలో మన కాంగ్రెస్ ప్రభుత్వం తెలంగాణలో వచ్చింది. ఆ ప్రభుత్వం వెంటనే 43% చేసి మళ్ళీ మా దగ్గర 43% అనే లెక్క ఉంది కాబట్టి 43% చేసి ఇమీడియట్ గా మేము ఎలక్షన్ కండక్ట్ చేస్తామని ప్రామిస్ చేశారు. కాబట్టి ఇవాళ కులగన్న కానీ ఏ అడ్డు లేదు. అలాగే గత ప్రభుత్వం సమగ్ర కుటుంబ సర్వే చేసింది. ఆ రిపోర్ట్ కూడా ఆ ప్రభుత్వం దుష్ట ప్రభుత్వం బయట పెట్టలేదు. మరి వాళ్ళ అటువంటి దుర్మార్గ ప్రభుత్వాన్ని పారదోలి వాళ్ళు వచ్చిన గొప్ప ప్రభుత్వం రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారి నాయకత్వాన్ని డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నాను నేను. ఆ రిపోర్ట్ బయటపెట్టి ఆ రిపోర్ట్ ప్రకారం బీసీలు ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారో అంత % రిజర్వేషన్స్ స్థానిక సంస్థల్లో ఇచ్చి పంచాయతీల్లో మరి అన్ని జిల్లా పరిషత్తులన్నీ కూడా ఎలక్షన్ ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా, ఎందుకంటే ఈ నెలాఖరికి ముగుస్తుంది దాని గడువు, ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా చేస్తారని చెప్తున్నారు. కొంతమంది మన మిత్రులు చాలా మంది బీసీ నాయకులు కులగణంతో లింక్ పెడుతున్నారు. కులగణంతో లింక్ పెట్టాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. మన రాష్ట్రం విడిపోయినప్పుడు శ్రీకృష్ణ కమిటీ కూడా తెలంగాణలో 56% ఉందని కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వానికి రిపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చింది. ఆ రోజు కనీసం మీరు ఇవాళ 43% రిజర్వేషన్ తోటి స్థానిక సంస్థల్లో మీరు ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా ఎలక్షన్లు కండక్ట్ చేయండి. అలాగే మీరు ప్రామిస్ చేసినట్టుగా మరి 43% కులగణన చేసి ఏ కులం ఎలా ఉంది, ఎంత ఎక్కువ బ్యాక్వర్డ్నెస్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కువ ప్రాధాన్యత ఇవ్వండి. ప్రతి కులానికి డిగ్రీ ఆఫ్ బ్యాక్వర్డ్నెస్ చూసి వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కువ సదుపాయాలు కల్పించాలని మా కులాల్లో బ్యాక్వర్డ్ క్లాసెస్ లో కులాన్ని ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా చేయమని గవర్నమెంట్ మళ్ళీ డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఎందుకంటే మీరే ప్రామిస్ చేశారు, ముద్రాజును తీసుకొచ్చి బీసీఏలో పెడతా అన్నారు. అలాగే ఆంధ్ర కులాలు 27 కులాల్ని కేసీఆర్ ప్రభుత్వం అన్యాయంగా తొలగించడం జరిగింది. రాష్ట్రాలు విడిపోతే బీసీలు ఓసీలు అవుతారా? అదే బుర్రలేని ప్రభుత్వం అయింది కేసీఆర్ది. అందుకే ప్రజలు తొందరగానే బయటకు పంపించారు ఆ పిచ్చి మొహాన్ని. అందువల్ల ఇప్పటికైనా సరే విజ్ఞప్తితో రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు, వారి ప్రభుత్వం, అలాగే నాకు మొన్న 12వ తారీఖు ఢిల్లీలో మా ప్రతినిధి వర్గం వెళ్ళినప్పుడు రాహుల్ గాంధీ గారు ప్రామిస్ చేశారు. ఆ ప్రకారం వెంటనే కులగణన చేసి వీళ్ళందరినీ కూడా ప్రభు మార్గంలో పెట్టిన తర్వాత ఇమీడియట్ గా 26 క్యాస్ట్ల మీద ఉన్న ఆ జీవోని రద్దు చేసి వాళ్ళ వెంటనే బీసీల కింద డిక్లేర్ చేయండి. కులగణన వరకు మీరు వెయిట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ఎందుకంటే అది తప్పుడు జీవో అని మీరు ఎన్నోసార్లు చెప్పారు, బహిరంగ సభల్లో కానీ ఎన్నికల సభల్లో కానీ. ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా చేయండి రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు, లేకపోతే ఉద్యమాలు వస్తాయి. ఇక్కడ చాలా ఇబ్బందులు పడతారు ముందు. మీరు కూడా కేసీఆర్ గారిని కట్టి ప్రజలంతా ఇంటికి పంపిస్తారు. పిచ్చి రాజ్యం పోయి మంచి రాజ్యం వచ్చిందని ప్రజలంతా ఎంతో ఆనందంగా ఉన్నారని ఈ మధ్య పత్రికలన్నీ కూడా వేడినోళ్ళ పొగుడుతున్నాయి. మీరు ఇదే ట్రెండ్ లో చేయండి. ఓకే, ఎనివే ఐఎమ్ డిమాండింగ్ వెంటనే immediate steps on the Telangana as a caste census in Telangana and elections to local bodies with 43% of reservation to BCs. Thank you very much. I am very happy. Thank you very much. All India OBC Students Organization for conducting a wonderful seminar here. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So it's actually a very mixed panel, I can say. Two speakers from North India and two speakers from South India speaking in different languages. So it's great. That is the way how technology connects us. So we will open this forum for the session for the discussion, some kind of question and answer session. So if anyone is having any questions or any issues, they can also raise, and we will give the chance. So whoever wants to ask, they can raise the hand option, so that we will give the mic. అక్కడ కూడా Pushpraj?
Yeah, hello. Hello,
Yeah.
Kevin.
Yes.
Hello. Kevin, to all, everyone. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, you are audible.
To all, thank you for this, like having this platform to able to, so we coming from OBC, that we are able to hear, speak, and express our views and experience in academic area, and after that also. That recently what we see institutions like JNU or like central universities or IITs, it has been very difficult to survive there. Recently, you see there is 3 suicides by students in a single month in IIT Kanpur, but still everybody is silent. This we have to see what are the reasons behind suicides by the Bahujan and Dalit students across the country. It was Rohit that it was like everyone came, got the focus in HCU, and everyone started talking, but still it was not the last. now and then we see some students are taking the extreme step. So for that, we need to have a caste census, caste-based census, so that we can come across the we can come and see the what are the loopholes in the academic, so that the marginalized section students are being discriminated in various forms, be it inside campuses, academic area, or hostel premises also. We many of us students, we know that in uh, hostel premises or like academic area, the discrimination is taken in various forms by the upper caste students, or like the even the professors, academicians. So I would like to say at last this thing, that we should have caste census as soon as possible, because the present ruling government also had come on majority after promise that if they come into the power, they will have the caste census. But after coming in power, they have got blind, they have forget their own promises. So now particularly we OBC students, Bahujan students should unite, because no one is going to come and raise voice for us. Only we will have to come unite and raise voice for ourselves. And thank you so much. Jai Bhim.
Is there any questions on caste census that was held in Bihar? So that Priyanka is with us, so she will be happy to clear the doubts. Any doubts?
What about Mr. Nagesh Bhushan of Hyderabad? He got many doubts on the seminar yesterday. Mr. Nagesh Bhushan?
So I have a question to Priyanka. Priyanka, so you were mentioning about Bihar caste census. So what is the situation now? So is it widely discussed on the grounds, or is it again the debate, as the Mandir movement is again, Mandir is again in the news? Is it again Mandir versus caste census, something like that? So what is the situation?
Okay, so when you asked about the situation right now, so I would take you to a very historical context. It was the ex-CM Lalu Prasad Yadav who stopped the Ram Rath led by Advani in 1990s, which was for, they call it Ram Rath, but I call it Manu Rath, because that was for stopping the Mandal Commission and the demands of OBC reservation. So right now in Bihar, so Bihar is very politically awakened, and people are widely discussing about this caste census, and they have been continuously, because 75% increasing reservation to 75% was unimaginable, which happened over there. And it was Bihar where BJP also came together for caste census. So see how we have turned them down. They came with us, although they went to the Supreme Court against it, but still in Bihar they had to come with RJD and JDU and support this caste-based census, because people are aware. And one more thing, which might be it got neglected by all of us, was that caste-based census about OBCs, it's not only for Hindus, it's also for minorities. So in fact, in minorities, other minorities also, they became very clear that casteism is not a problem only in the Hindus, but other religions as well, and how they are lagging behind because of casteism. So it's the OBC, this caste census is binding everyone together, all the Bahujans, and bringing them under one umbrella. So this has really clarified everyone. And apart from that, after increasing reservation to 75%, Tejasvi Yadav also talked about increasing reservations, like bringing reservations in private sector, because you see everything is nowadays being privatized. So until unless we bring privatization, we bring reservation in private sectors, the Bahujans are not going to get profit. So this is widely discussed and it is in the discourse of Bihar. And I think Bihar has always been awakened, enlightened, because it's the land of Buddha. It has been the land of revolution, and we have paved the way for caste-based census through Bihar. And I wish and I hope that we will be uniting all over India for this issue, and we have to do it now. It's just the battle of do and die. Otherwise, if we are not doing it right now, we are going to die, we are going to perish. Because for if because it is always said that to become a hero or heroine from from Bahujans, like OBCs, SCs, STs, we have to die before we become heroes or heroines. So now it's not the time to die. We have to rise, and we will rise by united force, being united force, and this can be done only through caste census. Yeah.
Thank you, Priyanka. So we'll close this session. I think there are no questions. There is one suggestion from the chat box that someone want to have all this statistics. So we will share it on our account, or whoever registered for this conference, they will get it. Thank you so much. So we will take a break for 5-10 minutes. Then we will come back for our next session by Dr. Professor Ajay Kurati, Dr. Anjay Agrawal Kapari, and Dr. Harish Wapte. Thank you so much. Thank you, Priyanka. Thank you, Prince.
Next time, please invite us to Hyderabad as well.
Sure, definitely. So
Okay.
next time we will definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much
so
to all.
Thank you, Prince. Thanks, Push. So and also to other members in this conference. Thank you. So it's a small announcement because we just got information that Professor Ajay Guravarti and Dr. Harish Wagde both are in same department center. They actually were involved in some of the urgent meetings in the department, so they are unable to join. So we will actually schedule this because Professor Yudhendra Yadav has actually delivered the lecture today. Tomorrow for validity session. Before that, we will actually schedule both the schedule this panel discussion for tomorrow. So today we are actually closing this for today. So tomorrow at 10 o'clock exactly, we will start the session. Maybe I request everyone to join before 10 for Sam Petroda's session. So thank you so much, and sorry for any inconvenience caused. Thank you.